Welcome to the joint conference at IFLA Europe, Landscape Architecture, a Profession for the Future. I would like to welcome everybody that is here at the Jardim da Estrela House, and to everybody that is following us in our live stream through YouTube and the Facebook pages. I would like now, for the welcome session, João Cerejeiro, President of the Portuguese Association of Landscape Architects since 2020. He was also Vice President in the 4 years that preceded it, all the while maintaining his private practice as CEO of Cerejeiro Landscape Architecture and Environmental Consulting. Also with him for the welcome will be Catarina Clozio. I'm sorry, Catarina, I apologize. Okay. She's a landscape architect and president of IFLA Europe since 2021. She specializes in a wide range of services in the design, consulting, and research sector of landscape architecture. She is also a partner in agro-design in order to promote rural tourism and to provide innovative ideas concerning landscape design in agro-tourism farms and agricultural landscape. She's currently teaching at Aristotle University of Athens, Greece.
And then, okay, perfect. Landscape architecture, the profession for the future. It's just 10 minutes, then you can breathe normally. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thanks for your joining us in Lisbon. I would like to welcome the presence to the Councillor for the Green Structure of the City of Lisbon, Ângelo Pereira. The telematic presence of IFLA World President, Bruno Marques, the colleagues on the Executive Committee of IFLA Europe, and its President, Catarina Clozio, the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation Executive Administrator, Guilherme de Oliveira Martins, the roundtable guests, all the guests who will be presenting case studies, and all the guests in the room, and sponsors. I wish you a wonderful morning. All opportunities are good to talk about landscape architecture, make it shine and vibrate, helping to moving it forward, helping to raise awareness of the profession, its competence and abilities. We in the Portuguese Association of Landscape Architects take advantage from the visit of the Executive Committee of IFLA Europe in Lisbon, to launch a day of reflection, joining the view from different professional cultures at the same time, with a common base. We hope this will contribute to reach higher ambitions and to the development of our positioning. The history of nations is created by pioneers. The concept of landscape as a theoretical body in Portugal starts in 1939 with Francisco Caldeira Cabral. Only 3 years later, the degree of landscape architecture is inaugurated. In his long and fruitful career, we would like to highlight the concept of continuum natural, of the complex relationship of man and all living creatures in balance with the environmental physical factors. This is today's touchstone of climate neutrality doctrine. From the new service in public administration, the first generation of Portuguese landscape architects became pioneer in environmental legislation. In the technical and scientific base, they managed to create an European front line of new concepts and policies on land use planning and nature conservation. The latter sustained on a governance system of proximity and population involvement. The conditions were in place for the involvement of ecology in urban design and rural planning. In this first phase, the association activity of landscape architects had an important international involvement in connection with IFLA. Only later, after the April Revolution, whose the 5th anniversary we will be celebrating next month, does the APAP, the Association of Landscape Architects, appear. The social and political environment of the end of the 20th century, the institutional system developed by the 2 first generations of landscape architecture, the political activity from Gonçalo Ribeiro Teles and the creation of legislation all contribute to boosting the social recognition of the profession, as well as the appearing of new universities in different cities along the country. For a while, the aspiration of a new balanced urban and rural beautiful space seemed to be feasible. Evolution in history often feels like a way backward. And from the period of social movements, civil rights, fight against inequality and oppression, first global impacts, the detente, and first environmental topics, we changed to a technological development, the fall of the wall, globalization, and the success of neoliberal policies, promoting multinational cooperation as well as an uncontrolled increase of consumerism. The opportunity of joining the European community and the common agriculture policy had a terrible impact on land planning. We cannot forget the policies for Southern Europe who were trying to compensate the preservation of the agriculture potential of the Central Europe. This movement was not focused on achieving a balanced situation. It could be considered as more strategical. European policies on environmental impact assessments managed to decrease objectivity from the landscape planning process. We are now facing the deconstruction of all the institutional frame of land, territory, and nature conservation, the loss of strength of fundamental legislation on landscape, and the instrumentalization of cultural and environmental areas. To fight this situation, the landscape architects understood the strong need for a professional and publicly regulated association. For the 2 decades, we have been working on getting a stronger political network with parliamentary groups, congresspersons, and lawyers, leading to the creation of a project of a public association and a national petition. We have repeatedly faced rejection from the parties in power, together with paternalism and pats on the back. We'll go back to the Republic's parliament as soon as there is some political stability again. In the meanwhile, we are debating with the Architects Association, the Portuguese Architects Association, the possibility of a common association. Experience shows us how important it is for professional practice to be close to political decision-making, and in this way bring landscape architecture to municipal, regional, national, and supranational scales. On a global level, landscape architects have been raising the alarms from some topics, as the accelerated climate change, the loss of biodiversity, the destruction of ecosystems, the consumerism spiral, or the loss of national sovereignty. We are facing a very difficult environment. Consequently, some terms have appeared as great novelties. Terms like sustainability, territorial cohesion, circular economy, soft accessibility, food production close to origin. Ironically, these terms are close and familiar to us. Landscape architects have been fighting for these principles for decades. From the European Environment Agreement, after hard fights in the committee, the law on restoration of natural degraded ecosystems was recently approved. We hope that the discussion on the agriculture ecosystems does not delay the attention due to other habitats. Landscape architects are ready to face this challenge. Landscape restoration will have to be included in the planning and the land management instruments. This will become an opportunity to evolve from land use planning to landscape management in its integration on public policy. It will become a chance to invest on a landscape repositioning while avoiding the current fragmentation among agriculture and forests among us. We strongly believe that it will be a new opportunity to introduce a cultural and anthropic component to territory, to implement extended edge rows to the olive groves, almond groves, eucalypt forests, and photovoltaic parks. A chance to review the abandonment of our countryside, to recover our rivers, and subvert the decline of our forests. In these times of culture of division, walls, and desolation, landscape architecture is more than ever wise, an integrating spirit of space and time. Politicians need to be aware of their responsibilities. The profession of the future must provide answers to the expectations and demands on social justice, territorial balance, and cultural wealth. We will build a new landscape in peace with nature for now and for the future generation. Long life to the landscape architectures. Thank you very much. Now I have the pleasure to bring Katarina Goliowsku, to the IFLA president, to welcoming this journey.
We say bon dias, something like that. We say to Kalimera, since I'm coming from Greece, and good morning to everyone. And it's really a privilege to be here representing IFLA Europe. I would like to welcome all and to express our gratitude first to APAP and to all of you for hosting us to this wonderful place here at IFLA Europe. I would like to present my team because there's a teamwork what we're doing, first of all. I will start with Vice President of Professional Practice, Didier Van Cutsem, who's sitting in front. And then at the back is Thomas Kirekis, the Vice President of Communication. Thomas, you can, yes? At the further back, Vice President of Education, Attila Toth. And our Secretary General, one woman, at least one, another woman, Diana Culescu. And our Treasurer, John Boone. And of course, I cannot forget the Executive Secretary, Daniela Michel-France, who's taking photos of everyone. And our Financial Manager, Andre Collin, who is sitting in front. So thank you very much. I don't know what to do here, to be honest. So, yeah, we'll play with a button, huh? Do you know how to do it? We need the assistance of Maria, somehow. Yes, because there is a pin or something. Hold on. Ah, yes. Margarita, sorry, you are hide exactly behind Didier. I had the privilege to know the Portuguese culture and the association with Margarita Cancela de Abreu all these years. Really, really a honor. Very good friend. And I can tell you, she disseminated, she promoted the landscape architecture in Portugal in the European level all these years. Thank you very much, Margarita, on behalf of all. Okay, let's go to my presentation. I'm having a very small presentation, I will try to rush since it's supposed to be 15 minutes and I will make it in 10 minutes. So when I was being asking to do this presentation for the future, it was a very challenging thing. I had to go back to our history to see what's happening. And I start with what Jeffrey Jellicoe said. There are some words here which are very inspiring by saying that the world is moving into a phase when landscape design may be recognized as the most comprehensive of the arts. But what I really like here is that the connection between man and the environment and how all these ideas that we have can be projected in a different scales. But something that it comes for all our conversation that we have with our members, with other people, it is what is happening with the world landscape and how it's connected to the different meanings. And I just put this diagram to show that all this topic of sustainability, health, well-being, climate change, and so on appearing when we're talking about landscape and landscape architecture. And this is connected with the definition, the old definition of the profession, how it started in the International Labour Organization, and it has been developed really encompassing all these ideas, what landscape architects are doing, meaning we design, we're planning, we're protecting, okay, we're managing different type of scales of landscape from the rural to the built environment, and addressing all these issues that I'm going to talk about regarding sustainability, regarding territorial justice, regarding, of course, nature and all the climate challenges, and of course the social ones. So landscape, everything starts with the word landscape. It's difficult for many people to understand the meaning. And if we try to understand that this is really a connection between place and or nature and people, then we'll understand that it's not something which is away from us. We are the landscape, it's not something abstract. So it's a part of from us, and this really would change the philosophy for everyone. So in the 21st century, what's happening with landscape architects? Landscape architects, they try to ensure all this topic regarding climate resilience. As an extension, you might have heard about the European Bauhaus Declaration, the New Green Deal, and so on, that we as IFLA Europe, we try to be involved in all this topic regarding the European Commission. And what's happening with our approach? The approach today is that we want to create places for people, but people, they want to reconnect with nature. We understand that. They want really clear climate, clear soil. So, and we're talking about biodiversity, which is really very much important if we want to talk about resilient community that your president was talking about already. But the idea of landscape is really, we try to create narratives. We try to introduce powerful symbols if we want to start thinking about the sustainability issues. I'm just pointing these two slides. They are coming from IFLA Europe exhibition, the second one regarding reconnecting with nature, to show that different examples, how a landscape architect can create project to show how we can coexist with nature, how people and nature can be involved in a more creative way. But the most important thing, since we're talking about approach, a new approach, is how we can connect nature and culture, how we can really bring together all these social and ecological value and the different functions related, of course, to nature. Sorry? Yes. Here to show the different type of scale, because as I showed you before regarding what we're doing, we're designing different scales. We're designing different type of landscapes. We have different examples here in Portugal anyway. I was trying to read your history before on that. What is happening with the profession nowadays? The profession, we're in the 2024, we have 13 countries recognized at recognized at European level. With blue color, you see the ones that are recognized. With red, not really regulated. And in green color, the ones that are regulated at national level. So there is way to go ahead, but there is also a future for that. But everything starts with history. If you go to our website, Jeff DeGrees, once he was writing about the history, and the history mostly of landscape architecture, how it started and how IFLA, now IFLA Europe started. But then the charter that you see on the right, everything you can find on the website, don't try to read them now, really show what is landscape and what is a landscape architect or what the duties are. So from a survey that we launched in 2021 about the situation of the profession in European level, our delegate really showed to us that the profession is not really in danger danger is a very powerful word anyway, but it shows a variety how the profession is recognized among Europe. And the most important show that it's very important to identify our duties, what exactly landscape architects are doing, which sometimes is confused or it is overlapping with other professions' duties. And here it shows that countries where the profession is regulated, you can show the varied functions that people are involved in landscape planning, management, and design. and the different scales that are involved, from large scales, from planning to urban design to parks design, garden, even to green roofs and so on. And the countries which are not regulated, and here I was really impressed by Portugal, that they're involved in planning, they are involved in consultancy regarding the municipal level, but also in the other type of level, public or private one. Here it starts, and the reasons. When we're asking what is the reasons where the profession is a good state, the most popular one is that there exists a common basis training that, as I said, protect the competency of landscape architect, that there is a social appreciation of the profession, and that there is a better cooperation, something that you were mentioning also, with other disciplines. So everything comes with a clear definition of the title. Everything deals with the legislation that can shape really the role of landscape architect, and something that also I know that you are trying as a PUP, it is to belong to a chamber. I know that you were trying to create a chamber by your own in the past. Regarding the legislation, many countries, they were establishing the services of the architect and landscape architect in the scope of urbanism and urban planning, but also through other laws, through the laws of building, environment, procurement, and so on. They were defining somehow the activities of landscape architects to be involved. And of course, the different levels, different projects that landscape architects can be involved. And here we come to education. What it proved now, in order to face all these challenges that we're facing today regarding especially climate, it's very important, and this was already known by the other members, national members, by asking them, we have to develop the profession and to have to introduce probably or to increase the skills of landscape architects in order really to defend all these challenges. And here I'm showing on the right side a brochure about a common training framework for landscape architecture that we developed in IFLA Europe, in the project of Inoland. Also from Portugal, they were involved in this project. It was one of the partners. So what, through this common training framework, they were trying to show that the minimum years of education, that is very important, but also that the registered landscape architect, they should have a continuous in their profession in general, and to develop and to comply, of course, with international and professional standards. Social awareness. When we identify, for example, the countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, these countries, they didn't want really a signature or a stamp. I mean, the public already acknowledge their competencies. And it really is very important to have the social awareness and to know the public to understand what is landscape and landscape architecture. This is the most important and powerful tool that we really need to grow. This is why in IFLA Europe we're producing several types of position paper, either for the Council of Europe or in several topics, biodiversity, circular economy, and several. All these people are working voluntarily for producing these topics. And of course, all these resolutions are for you, for each national associations, that just to submit to their ministries and authorities. All these publications, as I say here, for example, regarding the school recognition panel publication, is to show what we're doing and what is important and to use them as a tool. So in order to conclude how we see the future and how the actions should be, one, as federation, because our members are national association, is to enhance the networking. So the other thing is how we can build networks with other professions, with other organizations, and how we can assist, as we came today, for example, to a national association when they have requests regarding their governance and regarding especially for recognition. But it's very important, since we already said that we need to cooperate with our profession in order for us, the others, to understand what we're saying, to have this multidisciplinary approach and to start to speak a common language with them. And the build capacity, we said that already, we need to improve our education. But the most important, I've been discussed with someone yesterday, what future we're going to deliver to our young people and children. So it's very important to think about that. And something, when we design anymore, we design with purpose, meaning that we're having in mind the UN Sustainable Goals, all the strategies that are happening, and how we can promote landscape and nature in decision making. And policies, it's important to make connection anymore. We have to be more political. We have to promote for the legislation, landscape protection, landscape as a mean, and of course we need all the financial and managerial tools to support that. And something, I don't know how we can do it, it's a matter of each national association, it's a matter of cultural thing, how we can really be more political in the way to convince our leader what is the value of landscape and how we can raise really awareness, exactly what you were saying. So something that is very important, how we can persuade our developers, how we can really inspire the public about the profession. And the most important that we try as organization is how we can involve all the national association and all of you to the efforts that we're doing with the European Parliament and European Commission. So thank you for listening to me, and we took more than 10 minutes anyway. Thanks very much.
I'm glad we have some subjects, some items that are pretty the same, and some coincidence and convergence in those subjects. It was completely spontaneous.
We will now have a short video from Bruno Marques. Bruno Marques completed his landscape architecture studies at the University of Lisbon School of Agriculture and Berlin Technical University, followed by his PhD studies at the University of Otago from New Zealand. Bruno has practiced in Germany, Estonia, United Kingdom, and New Zealand, having a large portfolio of built projects. During the past 9 years at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand, he has developed a research agenda to embrace the formulation of frameworks on landscape rehabilitation, cultural landscapes, placemaking, and indigenous community health and well-being. He's currently the Associate Dean for Faculty of Architecture and Design, Innovation, and the immediate past head of Landscape Architecture Department. He has been a contributor to the International Federation of Landscape Architects and is the second and current president. Video, which I will pass in a second.
Distinguished colleagues, partners, and friends of landscape architecture, it is with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome you to Lisbon, my hometown, for the joint APAP IFLA Europe Conference, Landscape Architecture, a Profession for the Future. As the president of the International Federation of Landscape Architects, I am honored to gather with such a vibrant and dedicated community. The past 2 years have tested our resilience and underscored the power of our global profession. We have demonstrated exceptional commitment to advancing landscape architecture by tackling worldwide challenges and driving innovation. IFLA's strength lies in the support of its members. We are a global collective of over 100,000 landscape architects across 80 national associations, a force to be reckoned with. IFLA's ongoing evolution is also a testament to our dedication. And in this regard, we are enhancing governance, expanding services, and embracing professional growth. Because effective organizations must adapt, which is why we are committed to reviewing our structure alongside our constitutional bylaws, committees, and working groups. We must be prepared for a growing profession and embrace new opportunities, a future that also requires a well-resourced and strengthened secretariat. In addition, our global partnerships have also flourished. We reinforced ties with UNESCO, ICOMOS, and many of the UN agencies, like the UN Habitat and IUCN. These alliances give us a voice in shaping international policies and tackling humanity's greatest challenges. We champion nature-based solutions, climate action, and biodiversity at international summits like COP28 for climate change and COP15 for biodiversity. We are also active members of the newly created Circular Cities Network with our colleagues from architecture, planning, and engineering. And we also have fostered a lot of new relationships with our sister built environment organizations like ISOCARP and ISUH and IAPH and WGIN, from public health to horticulturalists to planners and public officials. We are expanding our impact. New members and valuable corporate partnerships also fuel our growth. And of course, we just celebrated 75 years of IFLA and produced this amazing Green Book as a massive milestone that none of us will soon forget. So don't forget to buy a copy for your legacy library. Landscape architecture education is also vital, and we honor the work we are doing with ECLAS in Europe and SILA in North America. We will continue to bridge the gap between academia and professional practice to ensure the next generation of landscape architects is well prepared. The future of IFLA is one of increased strength, influence, and service. We will advance global standards, attract corporate members, support emerging nations, and amplify the important work of our committees on topics like climate action, biodiversity, and much more. IFLA must be agile, transparent, and accountable as we adapt to a changing world. This is why the upcoming corporate governance review is essential. Your insights will keep determining the future shape of IFLA. By providing a unified global platform, IFLA empowers collaboration, knowledge sharing, advocacy, and sustainable innovation. We are catalysts for a better world through landscape architecture. Thank you for your support and dedication to IFLA. Together, let's build upon the momentum of the past and create an even brighter future for all. I wish you all a very successful conference and see you in Istanbul for the IFLA World Council and Congress in early September. Caros colegas, parceiros e amigos da cultura paisagista, é com imenso prazer e orgulho, e também saudade, que vos dou as boas-vindas a Lisboa para a Conferência Conjunta da APAP e IFLA Europa, Arquitetura Paisagista, uma profissão para o futuro. Como presidente da Federação Internacional de Arquitetos Paisagistas, sinto-me honrado por me reunir com uma comunidade tão vibrante e dedicada como a vossa. Os últimos 2 anos testaram a nossa resiliência e destacaram o poder da nossa profissão. Demonstramos um compromisso excepcional com o avanço da cultura paisagista, enfrentando desafios mundiais e impulsionando a inovação. A força da IFLA reside no apoio dos seus membros. Somos um coletivo global de mais de 100.000 arquitetos paisagistas em 80 associações nacionais, uma força a ter em conta. Estamos também a abraçar mudanças que são vitais para o crescimento e sustentabilidade da IFLA. Neste sentido, estamos a diversificar as nossas fontes de rendimento e também estamos a rever a nossa estrutura cooperativa para refletir as necessidades de uma organização em crescimento. Nos últimos tempos, também fortalecemos parcerias com organizações como a Unesco, a ICOMOS e várias agências da ONU. Estas colaborações continuaram e continuarão a elevar o nosso perfil em fóruns internacionais, tal como o COP28 para a ação climática e o COP15 para a biodiversidade. Estamos também muito orgulhosos em ter sido um membro fundador da Circular Cities Network, com os arquitetos, engenheiros e planeadores. E também demos as boas-vindas a duas novas associações nacionais, uma do Egito e outra da Arábia Saudita, e também aos nossos membros cooperativos CLARB e LandFX, expandindo ainda mais a nossa presença global. Novos membros e valiosas parcerias continuam a alimentar o nosso crescimento. E claro, não nos podemos esquecer da celebração dos 75 anos da IFLA com o Green Book, como um marco que nenhum de nós esquecerá tão cedo. Não se esqueçam de obter uma cópia do livro para as vossas bibliotecas pessoais. Reconhecendo a importância da educação, estamos a trabalhar com a ECLA na Europa e a CILA nos Estados Unidos para moldar o futuro da nossa profissão. Através de iniciativas que unem a academia e a prática profissional, continuamos a preparar a próxima geração de arquitetos paisagistas para enfrentar os complexos desafios do mundo. Nos próximos anos, estamos preparados para reforçar as nossas parcerias com mais agências da ONU, desenvolver padrões profissionais globais e ajudar os países em desenvolvimento a estabelecer as suas associações de arquitetura paisagista. Os nossos comitês e grupos de trabalho continuarão a explorar questões críticas como a ação climática, a biodiversidade, a troca de conhecimento e muito mais. Não nos podemos esquecer que o futuro da IFLA exige um modelo de governança cooperativa, transparente e ágil. Acolhemos todas as vossas contribuições enquanto embarcamos neste processo de revisão para assegurar que a IFLA permanecerá relevante e competitiva num mundo tão dinâmico como o nosso. A IFLA está aqui para unir os arquitetos paisagistas em todo o mundo, fomentando colaboração, inovação e avanço da profissão no desenvolvimento de um mundo melhor. Sinto-me muito honrado e, acima de tudo, energizado pela dedicação da nossa comunidade e, juntos, elevaremos a arquitetura paisagista a patamares nunca antes alcançados. Desejo-vos a todos uma conferência muito produtiva e até Istambul, para o Conselho e Conferência Mundial da IFLA em setembro. Até lá, um bem-aja a todos.
Didier Van Kutsen is a landscape architect and IFLA Europe Vice President for Professional Practice. Okay. He holds a bachelor and master's degree in landscape architecture, city and regional planning and regional management, city and regional planning and regional management. He's an associate professor at ULB Free University of Brussels, Faculty of Architecture Le Cambre Horta, since 2009, involved in landscape architecture and urban planning master's program, as well as research. Didier Van Kutsen will be presenting European Landscape Architecture Profession State of Play.
Here we are. Can I have it? Where is it? The full screen? Down. Here. Here it is. Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for this invitation. I will put my clock on, so because then we know exactly then. Or you can put my. Okay, very good. Thank you. So thank you so much for this. It's a big honor to be with you and to talk about the state of the profession, and especially also the profession for the future. When I was asked to talk about the landscape architecture profession, the state of play, I would like to be, because our president was already talking a lot about the profession and about the surveys, I would like to go a little bit beyond the state of the profession now. So it's going to be a little bit provocative and also maybe technical, yes? I hope you are all prepared about this. Yeah. So a profession in constant evolution. Let's start the Middle Age, when we started to talk about landscape architecture. It was not. We were not talking about landscape architecture at that time, right? But more and more landscape architects are taking the lead in designing our environments. And you can see more and more the evolution, starting from formal to more nature and biodiversity more and more. Our playground today, this is when we are talking about landscape and we are talking about landscape architecture, we are talking about nature in cities, regreening cities, reconsidering nature, bringing nature back. So we are talking about all the levels, all the layers of our territory, from the built and non-built and built environment. Anthropocene is going to be one of the biggest challenges of our profession, of our humanity. And it's a big driver of change. Everywhere when we are taking decisions, we are also referring about the Anthropocene and also our fossil consumptions, right? And if we look at the transformation we are experiencing all the day on our planet, everywhere, not only in Portugal, but also everywhere, we see an increase of all these trends. Not only the socio-economic trends, but also the Earth systems in a sense, right? So you can see methane, you can see carbon dioxide, nitrogen, domesticated land, transportation, telecommunications, everything is going up, right? Population also. And if we consider the consumption of resources we achieved until 1950, and going exactly consuming the same amount of resources in the next 50 years, achieving the 10 billions population we are going to have on our planet, we have a big problem, a really big problem. So be prepared. And this is only the start of the process. And landscape architects here are the professionals to help to have this climate adaptation process, to help also to deal with fire, to deal with the forest transformation, to deal with floods, etc. So when we talk about landscape at risks, yes, the risk toward 2050, because we are landscape architects, we are planning also for the next 20, 30 years. Our interventions are not for today, but also for the next 30 years. We are going to have to deal with all these crises, the so-called polycrisis we have today, right? So not only the climate adaptation measures, but also the social context, the biodiversity, the financial systems, the carbon neutrality, and the urban resilience. So in my opinion, but you may think also differently, our landscape architects, our main topics for the future, again, in this evolution of things we are dealing with, we are going to have discussions on human health and well-being, human security, and environmental justice. And this is what João was mentioning also just before. These are the main topics, the main challenges we are going to deal with in the next future, in the next generations. And the UN is doing exactly, is on the same pathways. So paradigm shift is needed. So they just published last week a report on the trends of our planet. So what are the trends beyond 2030, 2050? They identified 32 intersecting trends. And all these are interconnected. Landscape architects are doing and working exactly on the same way and the same system of thinking. We are talking about systems. And this is every time when we are talking about nature-based solutions, I'm saying all the time, no, come on. We are, as landscape architects, working in a system, and it means we need to think about the system in itself and not talking about isolated nature-based solutions. And the system is everywhere. And this is not only the social system, but it is also the information system and the ecological system connected to the economy system. Now, what does the whole thing has to do with our profession, right? Our profession is, sometimes we saw it just before, regulated or recognized, but not fully recognized and not fully regulated. For you, and this is a more technical part of this presentation, we are talking with the European Commission about the recognition of the profession, about the regulation of the profession. We have to know that we are not regulated according to the EU, according to the European Commission, because we are not in the register, right? Only some countries are regulated. If we want this regulated automatic recognition, we need to enter into this professional qualification directive, which is mentioned in the by law in the European Commission. The other way to enter in this recognition is to do this common training framework. This is Article 49A from the European Commission, right? And this is what has been done with the work of Innoland. This is what Katharina was mentioning before. What are the requirements from the European Union to get a profession regulated? First of all, a title. Some countries are still not able to define exactly what is a landscape or the name of the landscape architect. We need a state register for landscape architect. We need correct reserved activities only from the profession. At the moment, everybody is working on landscape, everybody is doing on green, etc. So it's a big mess. And we need also a specific qualification required to exercise. So it means, for example, in all the diplomas, we need to have this landscape architect definition. So the Innoland framework proposal, the CTF, so-called CTF, has been mentioned before. I recommend you to read it and to implement it also on the national level. When we are talking about with all this stuff with the European Commission, they told us, well, it's clear, but we would like to see your profession mapped. So we need a questionnaire. We need to ask national ministries to recognize this common training framework. We need the national member states to check their own situation on professional activities. And each member state has to adopt this CTF presented before and include it in the national legislation. And then only after all these approvals from the national states, we are going to have the profession recognized and regulated. It's a long way. It's a very long way to get all the member states on the same level, right? So the takeaways, and then this is my last slide. I would say, forget the CTF at the moment, or do it, because it's going to take a long time. But I would recommend you, this is also on this slide, to talk more and to be more active on the national level, to get also the architects on board, because they are our allies when we are working on these adaptation challenges, on the climate transformation things, and to work and address all these topics together at the national level with all the professions dealing with the built and non-built environment. Thank you so much for this, and hope we can work together in the implementation of these big challenges. Thank you.
We will now have our first sponsor presentation from Eben Nurseries, Sophie Eben and Harman Kreisch. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk here today. I'm from Eben Tree Nurseries, and we're one of the main sponsors of this event. I worked there as a dendrologist, so my background is in green and trees and dendrology. I will show you later what we've done to create an amazing design tool. We are based in the Netherlands, near Arnhem, near Nijmegen, near Kuik. And we have about 500 hectares of trees. We grow multi-stem trees, we grow climbing trees for children, and part of our nursery is also the trade part, so we can deliver you all sort of plants. So we deliver hardy perennials, we can deliver bulbs and all sorts of flowers and plants. So we have 500 hectares of trees, and we are specialized in large trees. And trees are one of the main important key elements of a great design. So if you plant a large tree, you have already a big impact, and you plant a lot of green in one go. We deliver all over Europe. We're a family-based company. So the 5th generation is currently in charge, and we deliver all where our trucks can reach the client. We can deliver our trees. So we pack them with care, and we prepare them for their transportation. Well, one of the main things we've done was create a tree app, which you can download on the Google Play Store and on your iPhone, of course. It's a database which I will show you, and you can filter all aspects of trees. So if you want a native tree or a tree in the shade or a tree which add to biodiversity, or for your soil type or coast, you can use those filter types, and then you can download them in your presentation for your client. And so you can make a whole mood board, which is very important to show the result of your design. And then I will show you, should run. Well, thank you so much. My colleagues and I are here the whole day, so please contact us. If you have any questions or want to try the design tool, visit us. Thank you.
Guilherme de Oliveira Martins, Executive Administrator of the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation since 2015. He's also Chairman of the Fiscal Council of Caixa Geral de Depósitos, chairs the Grand Council, Council of the Arts of the National Center of Culture. He was awarded the Grand Cross of the Military Order for Christ and Grand Office Order of Prince Harry the Navigator, Commander of the Order of Isabella the Catholic in Spain, Grand Cross of the Order of the Southern Cross for Brazil, Officer of the Order of Legion of Honor for France, Medal of Gratitude for the European Solidarity Center, Poland, Grand Officer's Cross, Order of Merit of the Republic of Poland, Municipality Merit Medal, Gold Grade for Lolé City Council, Collar of Merit, Minister Victor Nunes Leal, Court of Auditors of the Municipality of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A lot of... Guilherme Oliveira Martins' presentation is entitled Architecture and Landscape, Natural Dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be here. Yes. It's a great pleasure to be here. I must say two first words. First is this house. This is a former Froebel school, the first Froebel school in Portugal, 1888, for children between 3 and 7 years. And with two main and new characteristics. First, the right to play. It's the first time we had the recognition of the right to play. The children, and not only the children, all people, that's very important. And second, the contact with nature. The importance of nature of this garden, this Strela garden, created in 1842, and 30 years after we had this building, this important building with these two characteristics for children, for people. Well, second word concerns an initiative we have in Gulbenkian Foundation in this moment. We will, till tomorrow, the exhibition on a great reference on landscape architecture in Portugal. Is architect Antonio Viana Barreto, one of the builders of Gulbenkian Garden, and we are continuing our work because we are expanding our garden with a landscape architect, and for us, Gulbenkian is very important to understand the importance of landscape architecture, but not only landscape architecture, also regional planning and the use of natural systems. That's very important, as you know, and as I heard. And the environment movement, the ecological planning are fundamental elements. I'm from culture and arts, and I'm a lawyer also. I have in Gulbenkian Foundation the museum, the Center of Modern Art, the library, the music, and for us it's very important to make this link, this strong link between landscape, the understanding of landscape, of nature. That's why I spoke about this house and about the origin, the contact with the garden, and the right to play, the right to play. Well, and I must also remember Professor Caldeira Cabral is a fundamental element when we speak about the history of landscape architecture in Portugal. We begin by his role, his conscience. Also, a great friend of mine, Gonçalo Ribeiro Teles, and is a reference. It's a reference for us in our Gulbenkian garden because Gonçalo and Antonio Viana Barreto were the two main elements to build this garden. I coordinated in the Council of Europe the new convention on the value of cultural heritage in contemporary society. Why I speak about this convention signed in Faro, in a city in the south, in Algarve? Well, it's important because cultural heritage and landscape are two strong and very linked elements. We define cultural heritage as, first of all, the monuments, the tangible heritage. Second, the intangible heritage, the traditions, all the life. Third, landscape. And landscape with the link with nature. Nature and landscape. Because, as Gonçalo Ribeiro Teles said in 56, in an important text in the magazine Cidade Nova, he spoke about this importance of recognition between the value of nature and the dialogue between the society, people, persons with nature, and this dialogue is the fundamental element of landscape architecture, because it's this dialogue to complete. Gonçalo spoke about to complete the role of God. Why? Because we receive from God the nature, but we need to transform with quality that nature. That's why it's very important, this sentence of Gonçalo. We complete the role of God. I must speak also about Jan Macaire and his fundamental book, Design with Nature. And we need to define the problems of modern development. When we speak about sustainable development, we must speak about the dialogue between man and women and nature. And we need to adopt correct modern methods in a process of creating compatible solutions. That's your work. That's your role to build the compatible solutions to understand this notion, this new notion of cultural heritage. And we must understand that the culture of spirit is a consequence of the understanding of the culture of nature, because the origin of the word culture, cultura, is exactly to have this relationship to plant, to have our trees, our plants, and so on. And only in the 16th century we began to speak about culture of spirit. But the beginning of culture of nature was the agriculture. It was the origin of the word, because to plant and is the origin of the word. But I finish by the last chapter of the book Design with Nature of Jan McHerg, we must fight against the method of dominate and destroy. We are exactly in the completely different position. We must build, we must complete this role of the importance of nature and the relation with that kind of understanding of the role of universal perspective of human dignity. That's why, and I finish, I must say that this initiative, landscape architecture, exactly is a profession for the future. And we must understand that we all, we common citizens, we lawyers, we men and women of different activities, we must understand the role of your profession. But the role of your profession is not a separate role, is a role we must all assume. That's why when Jan McHerg spoke about the method against the logic of dominate and destroy, we must have the other perspective is to build, and to build not only houses, not only urbanistic centers, but also balance solutions concerning the presence of nature and the presence of the recognition of beautiful landscapes. Thank you very much.
We now welcome Santiago Casanella for the second sponsor presentation from Hunter Industries.
See what it is, the presentation. Cancelar. Where you have the presentation is, let me check. Picheros, no. Paulo. You can go to the yellow method. To the yellow? Where? Here? No. Fichero, partir de inicio. Okay, I need the help of Maria. Yeah. It's in Portuguese and I... Sorry. This one, guardar o cancelar, okay. No, guardar? Ah, okay. Here, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, bon dia, good morning to everyone, and thank you to give me the opportunity to join all of you. It's not the first time I came to Portugal. I recognize some faces from last year. And today I want to speak, well, first I don't know if to tell 2 words about Hunter, who we are. We are a company, American company, that we manufacture irrigation and for landscape, for sport fields, for golf, for everything that has to be irrigated. And also you produce lighting for the landscape. It's called a company FX Luminaire. and our company is in California. All the production is there, and we have a European office in Barcelona. That's the one I manage. Okay, I keep going with the next one. So today, landscape architect profession of the future. So, well, I think that everyone, and you are here, you are landscape architects, you know what you design. For us, you design the green areas in urban environmentals, parks, gardens, public squares, and so more. And also, you have been speaking, everyone, about what is your profession, and I think that's important because we have a lot of municipal technical people or architects that now they want to put more what we call hard parks or hard public spaces, and that's the problem, because as you mentioned, it's more people, and this is one of the reasons why you need green environmentals. So there's a lot of reasons. So improve the people's quality of life, physical and mental. We have a lot of studies. I am a member of the European Irrigation Association, and we have done a study also to go to Brussels and to have our lobby, because now that we have problems with water, the changes of the climate that we are facing, everyone is telling, oh, we don't need so much green areas on the cities, and that, I think, is a mistake. Yeah. So we did a nice study with a lot of reference from the studies, scientific studies. So improve the air conditions, so it's less CO2, more O2, reduce the pollution. So we have more cars every time on the streets, despite they try to reduce, but they take all the nitrogen into N2O2 and all the pollution that produce the cars. No? Improve ecosystem of the towns, plants and animals, so the biodiversity is very important on the towns. Reduce water flows after rains. Every time you are facing more floods than when they have heavy rains. Use adapted plants to the area when possible. That's another aspect. And this is the same for our colleagues from 3B even, that they know more than me with the trees. So this is the benefit of the urban trees. So you need to put plants, you need to put grass, you need to put trees when you design your jobs. So more or less it's the same. Filtering the pollution, cooling, also when we have what we call the heat water, summer, these wave heatings that are happening many times. And now, okay, even in January in Barcelona, we have 25 degrees. That is unbelievable, no? But when this happens in summer, when you have 40 degrees in one of the towns, this is tough. So reducing the rates, as I say, for the medicals, protection the biodiversity, reducing the diversity levels so people can go in the parks, can run, can do exercise, managing stormwater, and increasing the neighbors of property values and reducing the stress of people. So just I wanted to mention the benefits of all these things. So why you need to do all these things? Water. Especially, you cannot do a nice landscape with the water, especially if you are in the South Europe or now even in the North Europe, because the climate is changing. And we are facing a lot of problems with water. Catalonia, where I live, we cannot irrigate since last year. Is banned. Also South Spain, in Malaga, or also in Algarve, I think we are facing this problem here. South France, the same. So every time we have more problems with water. So the important is to manage well the scarcity of the water we have. So to use the smart controllers to save water when designing landscape. This is one of the things I want to focus today. So when you design a project, you put a controller to manage the water, and the controllers, all our controllers, they have this, what it meets EPA criteria. What is this? I am going to read. This specification establishes the criteria for weather-based irrigation controllers labeled under the US Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, that's Water Sense Program. It applies to standalone controllers, add-on devices, and plug-in devices, collectively referred to this specification as controllers, that use current weather data as basis for the scheduling irrigation. Water Sense labeled irrigation controllers use weather-based or soil moisture-based technology to water only when needed. By installing one of these controllers, your facility can reduce water waste, lower utility bills, and grow a beautiful, healthy landscape. So water sense labeled irrigation controllers can take direction from the sky or from the soil. So with these two systems, you can have this approval logo, and you can use on your controllers. Hunter, all the controllers, we have these logos. We are approved by the EPA in USA. So this is a very important that when you design or when you use a controller, to be sure that they have this feature. That means that you can save water. And now I want to explain, because a case, this is a project in Barcelona. It's called Torrevillana Garden in Barcelona, where we can show that we save, or they see on the bills of the water, that they save 40% on water, and also on the bill, on the payment of the water. These are some pictures. This is a nice private area, about almost 1.5 hectares. You see it's a nice landscape, a nice area to live. It's a big condominiums, high level on the north of Barcelona. These are the details. It's, as I say, a nice standing residential area in Barcelona, 12,900 square meters of garden, 53% gardens irrigated with the sprinklers, 26 shrubs irrigated with the sprinklers, and 21 shrubs irrigated with drip. Sorry. In 2020, due to the high water bills, they decided to check with an irrigation professional to study the irrigation system. They contacted with a company in Barcelona that's called Riegos Grandal, a company with extensive experience in auditing irrigation projects. Sometimes with my English and the Spanish and the Catalan, I have to think what I say. Problems found by the company Riegos Grandal. So they did a study on the projects, and they say they faced irrigation design and rotors problems. So it's important when you you start with an irrigation, first to have, as I say, an irrigation design. Sometimes we face problems because we have no professional people, just they put pipes and, okay, they have no clue of what they are doing, they don't do any hydraulic calculations, so we start the problems with this sometimes. Low pressure of pumps. So many sprinkles had the low precipitation and short radius, so you don't have the proper pressure on the pumps when the pressure that will arrive at the nozzle on the rotor. Okay, so not the proper nozzle of some sprinkles, not the scheduled program at the controllers based on the ATP on the site. In fact, this was done as a decision of the gardeners, and any control of water leaks of the system by the gardeners. So what this guy did, they checked the dynamic pressure at the nozzles, they did audit to the distribution of the sprinkles. So this you can see in this picture is all the buckets where you can calculate the distribution, to verify the programs of the controller, to verify the pumping station, and to change the controller with a smart one and install a flow meter. Measures taken, he changed the pump, he adjusted the nozzles, he changed the controller to a smart controller and put a flow meter. And this is the controllers that we have, and this is the flow meter, Hunter ones. And with this, these are the results in consumption of meter cubics. In 2019, they were using 60,600 meter cubics. And in 2023, after all these improvements, they went down to almost 10,000 square meters, 9,800 meter cubics. Price of the water in 2019 was they were paying the bills. Here on the right, you have per month how much they were paying, 52,000 euros. And in 2023, after the improvements, they pay 31,000 euros. So the result that Torrevillana saved 40% of water in 1 year. So they saved 6,500 meter cubics, and that represents 20,000 euros, estimating that the price of the water in Barcelona is per meter cubic is 3.2 euros. And that's all. Thanks a lot. Molto obrigado. Okay.
It's now time for our roundtable, Landscape Architecture, a Profession for the Future. I will let our moderator introduce the participants, so I will just introduce our moderator. Gonçalo Duarte Gomes, a PAP Faro District representative and also our representative in the Monitoring Committee for the National Policy for Architecture and Landscape. He's also a prolific and very entertaining writer, mainly in the areas of spatial planning and landscape. He has also become an invited assistant at the University of the Algarve. He's also our go-to person anytime we need somebody knowledgeable and carefree and professional and capable of talking about anything and to anyone, as you're about to find out. So welcome, everybody.
Thank you very much. While we are taking our seats, we are all okay. So let's carry on the works of this morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And I must say, oh, sorry, Catarina. We are lacking one chair. Apertamos, Catarina.
Está lá a cadeira. Há lá a cadeira.
Tudo bom. Okay, now we are all. As I was saying, it's an honor and a privilege to be here, and I must say, apologizing to our foreign colleagues present, and to those that are watching us from abroad, konnichiwa, nihon, because you never know, that there is no better place to discuss the future of landscape architecture in a time of somewhat crisis than Portugal. Oh, the laptop, deixa estar, eu depois já vou precisar. And this is simple, because we are experts here in Portugal in crisis, because we have been in crisis ever since 1143, our founding our founding year. So to be a landscape architect, or a Portuguese landscape architect is a double feature of crisis, which enables us, empowers us to discuss moments such as this. And this is nothing new for us, because back in 2004, so 20 years ago, Homan and Langhorst, these are difficult names, from Iowa State University brought us the Apocalyptic Landscape Architecture Manifesto. And amongst many challenges that they identified for the profession, they left this disturbing question, an ominous question. Is the postmodern condition of landscape architecture its extinction? So 20 years since then, we are still wondering about it. On the other hand, on a much more positive note, in 2016, we had the new Landscape Declaration by more than 700 of our colleagues in the United States of America, following its predecessor from 1966, subscribed by only 6 landscape architects, amongst them Ian McHarg, which we talked about already today. And this new landscape declaration envisioned our profession as the prime steward for humanity's future, especially facing the climate changes and the Anthropocene that was mentioned before. And they somehow see us at an advantage position, pledging to create places that serve both people and nature in a harmonious way. So this is, I believe that these are 2 important notes to frame our reflection on this round table, in which I have the pleasure to welcome a majority of non-landscape architects, which is interesting, so that we can see ourselves from outside the profession. And I would start with Catarina, precisely, Catarina Freitas, which is a Director of Municipal Services of Environment, Green Structure, Climate and Energy, and which holds a degree and a master in chemical engineering with several complementary studies in environmental themes. And so I've been told she is only waiting for the right opportunity to also become a landscape architect. But maybe she wants to tell us something more about that. Catarina, walk towards the light, please do. But tell me, Catarina, how do you see the part played by such an endangered species, such as landscape architects, in the management of a great capital such as Lisbon?
Okay. Thank you, Gonçalo. Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. Welcome to Casa do Jardim da Estrela and welcome to Lisbon. I'm very pleased to host this IFLA Executive Council in Casa do Jardim da Estrela. In fact, I consider it very, very unique and very, how can I say, symbolic, because this is a new multifunctional municipal equipment that hosts now an eco-library, a small neighborhood theater, and in the near future, the headquarters of our historical gardens team. So hopefully, in a few weeks' time, there will be plenty of landscape architects moving around this place. Okay. Well, before I comment on your question, let me say that, well, thank you for inviting us and the municipality to participate in this roundabout. And I would like to comment your question on two dimensions, a professional one and a personal one, okay? A professional one, I mean, Lisbon, what you can see here in the city, what you can live in the city, is pretty much a consequence of all the work that landscape architect pioneers, landscape architects have done, either working in the municipality or for the municipality, okay? So you know all those names that you mentioned before, also the previous speaker, Gonçalo Ribeitelos, Caldeira Cabral, and wherever you go, you can feel it. Okay, so I think that they've done a fantastic job because they design and project gardens, parks, but they also had a strategic look and vision about the city and its neighborhoods. So actually, they could bring all the concepts of, you know, the continuum natural, the need to, and I think it was Didier, you mentioned that we should shift from solutions to systems. And I think it's so easy to say and so difficult to implement, okay? And so, I mean, they really were pioneers, but also visionaries, because all the information and all the concepts that they develop, they are still updated so many decades afterwards. So this knowledge was integrated in a very important and strategic tool for the municipality, which is the Lisbon Master Plan. And the second version of the Lisbon Master Plan already has some important charts that were developed by Gonçalo Ribeitelos and all the other colleagues, now the landscape architects that are working in the municipality. So I think that we have the tools, we have the knowledge, and what is missing? And I think that what is missing is two things. First, to balance the number of landscape architects within the municipality. We have a staff of 11,000 people, employees, okay? We have 350 architects. How many landscape architects do you think we have? No, I mean, come on. Gonçalo Ribeitelos worked for the municipality of Lisbon. Give us some credit. No, we have less than 50. So it's 7 times less. And we are a Mediterranean city, so we are already facing climate change, and all the changes that we are facing will be amplified in the near future because of climate change. So I think that if we want to cope and if we want to address climate change, I think the number of these architects and landscape architects should be a little bit balanced and leveled, okay? So I think that's one comment that I would like to bring. The other is the civil society. How can what is being discussed in this room can percolate? I'm a chemical engineer, for outside. Yes, because there are a couple of colleagues here who are the municipal landscape architects. I'm seeing quite a few now from the municipality. From the 50, huh? They are there. There's some, yeah, okay. So their daily life is not easy because they have to cope with, for example, promoters that usually they bring together lawyers, etc. And instead of, looking at the spirit of what is written in the regulation of our master plan, they are checking whether a comma is there or is on the right place so that we can seal a courtyard. And when we are talking about climate change, to have a green courtyard, it's very, very important for micro climate regulation. So and this does not depend on how brave, how tough our landscape architects. Outside the society should also have a role. And I think this message is difficult and we should reach them. So that's my professional comment. My personal comment, apart from wishing one day to become also a colleague of you, is that, it was a fantastic journey to work with the landscape architects, and I'm very pleased to see that Professora Manuela Raposo Magalhães is there. I work in another municipality, and part of her staff, and we did some fantastic studies on how to protect rural areas, how to protect ecological sensitive areas. Also a very tough job to try to integrate this in the master plan. And I think that all the knowledge, I think my feeling and my joy on working on sustainability and on environmental issues comes from that contact and that proximity. And then I arrived to Lisbon. And I also have the opportunity to work and to lead a fantastic team. They are there, okay? And I won't name them because I might forget someone. But so also this feeling I had of your profession, I'm consolidating it. So they are very, very open-minded people, but very coherent. Do you understand? They are, integrity. And this is something that nowadays, sometimes it goes from one side to the other. And so that's really a joy. And I think that I wish I could help them more to deliver their ideas and their experience. So these two, I think, as a first comment, I would maybe it's suggestion that the name of this session would be not a profession for future, but a profession for planning a resilient and bright future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Catarina. I now go to my right side. Maria João Centeno, which sits beside me, is a teacher and a researcher in the School of Communication and Media Studies of the Polytechnic of Lisbon, in the scientific area of communication sciences. Maria João, please tell us, how does someone with an habilitation and a PhD in communication sciences gets involved with the project named Landscape Museum? And what is this, and how does landscape and landscape architecture enter your professional path, and how do you look upon them?
Thank you. Good morning. Is it possible to turn this on?
Podemos ligar o projetor, por favor.
Because here you have the website of the Landscape Museum. As my colleague said, this is a communication project. We are a large team, and most of us are from School of Communication and Media Studies, and we get interested in landscape since we managed to have some problems speaking with people about it. For instance, Álvaro, who is here, once said that it's difficult to talk because people don't have vocabulary about landscape. For instance, this is one of our recent publications. It has been done with this, the Portuguese Association, and it is a youth book, and it has that main goal to give people vocabulary to speak about landscape. So the Landscape Museum, it's not only a website page, but there it is, the page, the website page. We, from the first, it is online since 2019. And we have, as you can see, not in English, but we have exhibitions. This one is from Álvaro, because we have, we gathered to some people. For instance, Álvaro is a geographer. We have worked with photographers, landscape photographers, or Portuguese landscape photographers, and we want to permit their work to get to other kind of publics. Because what we saw as communication professionals is that sometimes these themes are not near other kinds of publics, other than, for instance, architectures and so. So we work with various kinds of publics through online exhibitions, but not only. We have a lot, or we had a lot, of physical exhibitions. And for instance, in here, you can download a series of activities that we made. And nowadays in Portugal, any cultural organization, school, can download these activities and do them with their students, with their publics in museums and other kinds of organizations. Here you can download the activities. You only have to fulfill these few enters, and then you have 8 different activities, all of them, and before me, a lot of you were talking about awareness, and that's what we want to do, to get people or increase their citizens' literacy, because we feel that people need to know more about what's around them, and we think of the Landscape Museum as a way of getting and helping people to be more aware of what is around. Not only beautiful landscapes, because not all of them are beautiful, but all the natural and social and cultural constructions that we made around us, and that it's possible to be more aware through some kind of mediation projects like this one. This is not the only one, but this is one of them. In here you have various books that we have been publishing. They are more or less in order. This is the last one. Only last week it was published. As you can see, you probably don't know, but we are talking about a Portuguese photographer, landscape photographer, and this is as well João Abreu. It's another member of the museum. You have as well, you have one of Álvaro Domingos' books. You can see, I'm not finding it now, but it's in a pack. It's in this one. It's, as you saw before, probably it wasn't easy for you, but this book, this project with Álvaro began by his photos on Facebook. And Duarte as well, but mainly you. And then we talked, during pandemics, we had a large number of meetings together, and we decided to do the book and an online exhibition and a physical exhibition at Porto during a photography event, which happens 2 and 2 years in Porto. And for us, it is with great honor that we present these, because we think with these, the books, the exhibitions, the educational services, it's easier to reach different kinds of publics that normally those kinds of themes doesn't get. And if you want to ask me something, please do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We'll complete a turn of the table, and then we will come back to any questions that might appear. We'll get to Álvaro in a moment. Right now, I would like to introduce Ana Sousa, which is a graduate and master in landscape architecture. So now we are preaching to the converted, from the University of Trás-os-Montes and Alto Douro, and she here represents a curious initiative named Landscape Laboratory in a city up north, which is Guimarães. And there she applies her experience in planning, recovery and restoration of river ecosystems, as well as urban management and integration of urban and rural, this is an extremely hard word to say in English, green areas. Ana, what is going on in Guimarães? Are we converting the masses to the landscape cause?
Hello, good morning, everyone, or maybe good afternoon. Yes, we are trying to do that. We have lots of projects. I work, like Gonçalo said, in Landscape Laboratory, and we are a center of investigation and education. That's the main goals, that's the main 2 things that we have there. And the investigation, and they brought along landscape architects because they had the scientific part of it, with the investigators, and they thought that it might be good to have some technicians as well that have knowing the field and having some techniques to implement on the field as well. And we have, like Catarina said and Maria João, we have a problem with people understanding and welcoming new ideas and new projects. And what we will to control a bit of that, we do some education part, and we have a team of education. It's a team that goes to schools, and we teach the kids since a little age, and we talk to them about all the projects that we have. And we understand that this is a very important thing to teach them since they're kids, so they can take home what they learn, and they can grow and have a better understanding of the landscape and the environment and sustainability and all of that. And we also have projects, all of the projects that we have always have the involvement of the community. For example, we have right now a big project. Guimarães is one of the 100 cities chosen to be a mission city, which means that by 2030 we should be climate neutral. And for that, we are right now doing a project that is called District C, which basically is an area that we decided to be a pilot area to create a climate neutral area. We're trying to do just a small space right now and then grow from there to the whole city. This involves the community as well, because we have co-creation sessions when people go there. And we understand that this helps for them to know what we're doing. This helps us because they give us ideas, and they tell us about the historical places that we have there, the history, and that's very important to us because we want to respect all of the history there. We also do and that project is also very important for landscape architects because of the green infrastructures that we wanted to create. Because the goal of the District C is to reduce 80% of the emissions in that area, and to have 20% being with planting of trees, creating green infrastructures to compensate those 20%. So that's a very big project that we're doing right now. Also, we are doing European funding with Spain that we are trying to connect. We have a green corridor between Portugal and Spain in the northern of Portugal. Let me see what more projects do we have that it's important to mention. We also have, yeah, sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay, so we have District C, we have the Green Gap as well. We also did the second urban forest in Portugal with the Miyawaki method. This came from urban funding, no, not urban, environment funding that we had, which was Limpar. And we basically, kids from high school, they did this roadmap and they measure the time that took from place to place in the center of the city, and they basically give that to the community so they can go on walk and try to minimize the traffic in the center of the city. And from that, we also involve the community, and we choose a place to do a urban forest with the Miyawaki method. And we brought people along. They planted the trees. We planted 1,000 species on 800 square meters. It was a lot of trees, a lot of the community helped, and this would be the goal would be to try and help the carbon of the high traffic area on that. So that was a big project as well, always involving the community. We also have Pegadas, which is like I said, we have a group of people working with us that goes to schools, and not only to schools, but mainly to schools. They do over 65 years old as well, and they do with the adult community, but that's a bit harder to schedule and for them to come to the sessions. But we do a lot of, we have ecovias as well. That came from a very, very good project that we did, which was called Ave para Todos. We, once again, involved the community. We brought the kids to the field, and they pointed out what they thought it was best for the place. Like they pointed out problems, they pointed out solutions, and ecovias came from that. They thought that cleaning the sides of the river, and we now plant as well some trees there, and we did a pathway alongside the river, and that was kids' ideas. And we now are implementing that with nature-based solutions, because the margins of the rivers are really in bad condition. We have 3 main rivers there, and they're really bad conditions. So we are trying to make it better and to connect all of the rivers and all of the green areas that we have, the parks, all of the green areas, try to connect them so people can go and walk or bike from one to the other. That's also a big one that we have, which is ecovias. We are doing it right now. And I think that's it for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. I would now introduce Fatima Bacharel, which is also a landscape architect with a PhD in landscape arts and techniques from the University of Évora. She has an extensive professional experience in spatial planning and a vast set of communications and publications. But I would like to ask her, Fatima, what part does landscape architecture play in the general administration of the territory where you work? In developing plans such as the Landscape Transformation Program or the European Territorial Agenda 2030?
Okay. What's happening?
So thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for the General Directorate for Territory to be here. We are the Landscape and Spatial Planning Authority in Portugal, and our official mission is to provide the right of citizens to the appropriate spatial planning of the Portuguese Constitution and also applying the European Landscape Convention. So, scaling up the previous more local approaches that we heard, we underlined that it's fundamental to think about the Ribertel thought that transforming nature into balanced systems demands a landscape vision. And that should be the reference framework for decision makers and both application of public policies and their management. But how can we have a real landscape policy instead of the present set of policies landscape? Agriculture's landscape, forestry landscape, industrial landscape, but not a global landscape. So recognizing that landscapes are the complex result of human interaction with natural systems and resources, it's a crucial starting point from which to begin the promotion of territorial cohesion. That's the ministry where we belong, through an innovative and social culture. Our experience, namely in dealing with landscape architects, as I am, is that using the structured concepts of landscape architecture as a discipline, landscape architects are privileged peer of other specialized thematic areas, establishing their dialogue, reflecting the interaction in a more and more exigent future. This dialogue will conduct, after all, to the progressive need to refocus the concept of landscape involving ecology and culture. We heard about culture yet in the morning, in the process of spatial planning. Is it easy or fast to do this? No, it is not. But for sure, landscape is heritage, present and future for the general direction for territory. And about the landscape transformation program, we are responsible for the National Spatial Planning Policy Program that was approved in 2019, and the Landscape Transition Program approved in 2020 that are closely aligned to the orientations of the Territorial Agenda 2030, stressing the relevance of well-functioning and resilient ecosystems to address climate change adaptation and to effectively promote territorial cohesion. This first level of territorial planning competencies is the backbone of the entire territorial organization and scales down the instruments and other programs of lower levels. If you are interested, then in the second round, I can explain the more detailed ideas of that transformation program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fatima. And now we move on to Álvaro Domingues, which was previously referred. He is a geographer with a PhD in human geography, also an associate professor at the Faculty of Architecture of the University of Porto, a corresponding member of the Lisbon Academy of Science, but most of all, he's, if I may, an irreverent thinker, an irreverent and provocative thinker, a prolific author of the books that we saw and many more. Always reflecting around the subject of landscape and mostly the people who shape it. So, Álvaro, what is your insight on landscape architecture and its impact on the lives of those that you so carefully observe?
Okay, thank you. Hello. It's very difficult to say something clear and definitive about that because I was writing here the title of the film of Almodóvar, Human on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown, is something like that. You know that Timothy Martin says that nature, this word we say so naturally, in fact, is a very difficult word in times of Anthropocene or Capitalocene, I think. And so Timothy says that nature may be a thing that natural science talk about, and we have an infinite, a never-ending list of things from micro to macro cosmos, from biology to physics. The second thing is that nature is a fantasy, like biophilia, for instance. Freud says that when we lost something, which is the case of nature, we have a kind of trauma and difficulties to live with the trauma. And then is very common nowadays to have social ideologies and personal crenças, beliefs on that side of an imaginary nature. And the third one is the normative nature, the natural order of things. We have no natural order. We have political orders. And it's very dangerous, as you may think, to defend a certain kind of natural order of things. When I wrote Transgenic Landscapes, I stole to biology the polemics, the controversy about a kind of synthetic nature. And the discussion, the ethical and moral and scientific and so aesthetical discussion about transgenics is very useful when you speak about nature. I say that because landscape have, I think, three, pelo menos, at least three polemics. One of that is the metamorphosis of the city. Now we don't have cities. We have urban spaces. We have urban processes. And so the city lost the center, the form, it exploded, and the limits. And so the dichotomies between urban and rural. And if you think about rural, now most of the times we talk about agrobusiness, which is a completely different thing that the traditional rural spaces or the traditional techniques of cultivating stuff. And the other, I said that, is the discussion about nature. So we can deny, we can forget that landscape is not a clear word. Normally, landscape it's involved, is a network of polemics, of contradictions, of local or national or global subjects about all the things. We must, we can, in Portuguese, paisagificar to landscape any sort of political problems. It's very easy. You talk about energy, about industry, about lithium, you talk about migrants, you talk about irrigation techniques, and always is landscape.
So to landscapeify anything.
Landscapeify, that is the thing. So You said before that my experience in the medium school the last year, no, 3 years ago, a young student said me that here we don't have landscape. I am geographer. Classical geographers taught me, like Orlando Ribeiro, that geography was the science that studied the landscape. And I must count till 50. And I asked him, so what is landscape for you? And it was very quick to answer me, and said, so you see a great mountain with snow, and green fields, perhaps a cow, or the ocean, uma palmeira, a palm tree not erected but like this. The skyline of Dubai or the skyline of New York, and the Guimarães Historic Center. Extraordinary landscapes, not ordinary landscapes. Because in the classroom, in the workshop, I saw that they don't have palavras, words.
Vocabulary.
For vocabulary to
Express themselves.
to speak about. To speak about. They use very vague words like green spaces. I hate green spaces because it's a pseudo concept that makes you not understand about nothing. Green space must be all the Amazonia and a green like this made of plastic. So all the urban space was cifrado.
It was deciphered.
Yes. Buildings, but what about? And the signs of the agriculture, the passive agriculture, they don't see. They don't see, for instance, that the trees in lines was in the past the trees that support the wine plant. I don't know. The wine plant.
The vineyards.
Okay. Yes, the vineyards. So if you consider the very fast evolution of technology, because technological stuff is a strong medium of transformation. If you consider the political situation, if you consider the international laws on commerce, you see that next day or perhaps 2 days later, your surrounding landscape may become a totally different thing. And you must have information. Because if you don't have information, the public discussion or the civic very important role of landscape is compromised. I agree with Hans Gare, which is a French geographer, that says that have a paper named Landscape as Politics. And it is very easy. Basta, it's enough to think, what are you talking about when we talk about landscape? Who talks? About what? What are the discussion? What is the strategy to legitimate the idea? And then comes other that speaks in other way, and then others don't speak. don't say nothing, but they think things about landscape. So for me, in a word, landscape is a political challenge, is a political tool, a political dispositive to understand what is this? Our place, other places, our situation in Europe or in the world, because all that complex evolution is transcribed in landscape language. So, this is my work.
Okay, thank you very much, Álvaro. I know we are running low on time, but I don't know if is it possible to open a round of questions to the table. So I would invite everyone to pose any questions to our speakers. As you saw, we have different approaches and insights on landscape architecture, both from inside and outside our profession, which gives us a very new and fresh portrait of ourselves. So I would invite you to pose some questions. We have one.
I would ask you to introduce yourself, please.
Yes, please introduce yourselves and...
Nuno Jacinto. My question or my intervention and question is, I'm sorry, I think we are a little bit talking about chanson d'amis when we need to go to, in reality, our challenges are much more like Pessoa's poem. Much higher, much more density, and much more difficult. And my issue is how us as professionals in the several parts, working in private sector, in public sector, in planning, in designing, in interpreting planning for the clients and designing, we are hopefully one of the, at least one that I encounter, one of the professions that we ourselves have a better integration of our ethics, like someone was talking about. But the other persons that we work, also in designing jobs, subjects, and also don't have the same integration of ethics about a common ground, a world for all, a development with integrating nature that has to support us with all its values now and for all the generations, transforming landscape. How do we get there, and in the view of each one of us? Because we need more knowledge, we need to explain it with all the serious look of Newton's binomials, but we also have to have it as trendy as a Taylor Swift song. So we really have a very huge task, on my view. And perhaps some of you had some suggestions how we can keep that, or get a little bit more near that.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there is any other question, or if we'll... Okay, so I will invite the table to answer, please.
Okay, so we move back the discussion to the profession, and sometimes I know that this is a strong word, but many other professions are very skilled on doing that, which is to be cooperative. And I realized that, for example, I'm an engineer of the classic engineer, so you had civil, chemical, mechanical, electrics, and then it appears environmental engineer. And they are, they are tigers, okay? So they are very cooperative, and I think that, I know that does not sound nice, but sometimes it's needed. Because from my point of view, you are really the most skilled people to facilitate a dialogue between design, between urban planning, ecology, hydrogeology, soils, patrimony, history, so many areas. And your landscape architects, I think that they are the most skilled people to do it so. So please sell yourselves. Okay? I'm doing what I can, but you need to do it. But I'm just sorry, but I was checking on a mobile phone, and I didn't mention the projects that are going on in Lisbon, but we got a fantastic information just 10 minutes ago. Together with Guimarães and Porto, Lisboa is one of the 100 mission cities. And we got the information that we will be labeled as our city climate contract was approved by the European Commission, so we can move on. This means that we have to accelerate climate transition, and we will have to be climate neutral by 2030, which, I mean, you can see I don't sleep, okay, with these goals. But what I would like just to challenge is that, please, landscape architects, we won't be totally climate neutral. I mean, we will be climate neutral, but we will reduce the carbon emissions by 80%, considering the baseline in 2002. Means that we have 20% that would have to be compensated by the green infrastructure. It's your time, guys. Go for it.
Thank you, Catarina. If anyone else wants to pick up the question.
Since I'm from communication studies, I probably have something to say. I think in any area, not specifically yours, you have to underline who are your true stakeholders? Who are the ones you want to reach? Because the problem is not within you, yourselves, because you know what you're talking about. Probably others don't. So you have to get strategic. I was asking if mass media, Portuguese mass media, know that this encounter is happening today. Where are they? Where is the Portuguese media now? They are not from the Portuguese media, they are from here. So, I'm not saying that only the Portuguese media matters, but it is important to get the issues you want to get public, you have to get them public, okay? It's not easy because not only you want that, a lot like you want that, but you have to get strategic. You have to gather you were talking earlier of politicians. You have some in here, not the minister, but you have some in here. So you have to get them and build something with them, and that something has to get public. Because if others don't matter with the issues, they are not going to be important. That's what I have to say, in communication terms.
So we shouldn't be ashamed of what we do, right?
No.
Something similar, because I think that this is quite clear and is very important, how to communicate, how to create public space about this type of questions, not using totalizing words like nature or sustainable or that kind of things. For instance, in the last water and climate crisis in Algarve, is very easy to explain that the landscape or the basic visual aspect of landscape are the product of tourism, the very different and differently specialized activities and irrigated agribusiness. And if you take these polemics and if you show the landscape images and the schemas
And the schematics.
and the schematics, it's very easy to explain what is the question about landscape. Because normally we hear discussion about the past, about heritage landscapes and this kind of thing, and the normal climate about this discussion is the lost of I don't know, admirable, or the lost Eden of the past, which is completely false. The past is Salazar, is the dictatorship, is the very poor country, the country of the poor agricultures. Well, the past is not good. It's a kind of toxic
Dystopia, somewhat of a dystopia.
Yes. But they talk about that because it's good for entertainment. And they don't speak about very, very recent metamorphosis of the landscape and what kind of explanations. What kind of natures, not the nature, what kind of natures? What contradiction between water and irrigation, or between water and the thousands forms of using and rejecting water. So we must make this pedagogy, and I'm not sure that the books and the disciplines of the school are clear about that. Because I see my son and my grandson, I see the books. And the words, the concepts are very generic. And they talk nothing about what is occurring all around. It's because they say that they don't have landscape.
They don't have landscape. Thank you very much. Fátima.
Okay.
Pede-se a comparência de funcionário bazar à sala 3.
So, despite it's common for all of us that we had some great personalities and recognized of landscape architects, the way from their beginning to today is a hard way. It means that from 40 years ago, we stepped away with very great difficulties, and the spatial planning in Portugal and the landscape planning has evolved a lot, but yet with our experience recent with the landscape transformation program, it's very clear that having strategies or instruments or programs is not enough. We must act. And this landscape transformation program is a new perspective because it sinks in the landscape transformation, the real concept of landscape with the cultural and ecological components. And for the first time in spatial planning instruments, it has a budget associated. And so we are in 2025, when these programs will end, we are able to get 3 years of transformation with payments, and then 10 years for maintenance and ecosystems payment too. So it's a very, very interesting experience. Fortunately, I'm landscape architect, and I'm coordinating this landscape transformation program, and it's very, very important to to apply to our skills of global vision to get together all the professions and the sectors that are involving in that, and also the local actors, of course. They are the transformers. But for the first time, they will have financial instruments to apply, and one of our great difficulties is to get them to the process. We open applies to some projects to be financed, and nobody answers. That's the great difficulty. People don't believe in programs, in strategies, in bureaucracy. And our role is to make them believe again. And I think landscape architects are able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Anna, your thoughts on this?
Okay, very quickly to answer your question a bit more directly and quickly. I think the problem is people don't understand what landscape architects do. I think they just think that we plant trees or something like that. And but I think people don't understand that we have lots of abilities and we have a set of skills in different areas. And maybe in the future, and it's our job as well to try and tell them what we do and what we can do to make the world a bit better, the environment a bit better. But hopefully it gets better now that we are talking more and more about climate change, and hopefully people will get more interested and understand what landscape architects actually do, and they go and we have more architects, hopefully.
Thank you, Anna. If I may, there's also a question that if we want to get the message through, we have to get out there and pass it through. We should remember that Ribeirão Teles faced the dictatorship on several occasions just to pass the message around flood, area risk, around many number of subjects. Nowadays, fortunately, all we have to face are some insults on social media, and that's about it. I don't know if Catarina wants to say one last word, very quick, please, because we have
just very quick comment. Casa do Jardim da Estrela is open to exhibit your work. Okay, so landscape architects are very much welcome. And you mentioned about the landscape museum. So this is a multifunctional room. We had here, when we opened this house in September, we had an exhibition that was curated by Teresa Betancourt da Câmara, one of your colleagues, that was about historical gardens in Lisbon. But other landscape architecture projects or landscape areas are very much welcome here. So please contact us, and we'll be happy to accommodate your projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catarina. I believe that Álvaro has one last and very quick word.
One last and very quick word about the difficulties of common people to understand what is a landscape planning or a landscape policy. Because when I talk to my students, they say that landscape architects are the projectors, the designers of public parks and gardens for rich people. No, it's not what I think. They say. Or, as they are architects, things near other architectures. So, is a very strong idea about that. And in Portugal, we didn't have experience, for instance, when building highways to design transformations about the lecture, the understanding of this new big technology, which cut through landscape, and what is the impact between one thing, this big thing, and the other stuff. And we didn't have opportunities to communicate with other kind or other way of doing landscape architecture. And it's urgent to inform about this.
Okay. Thank you very much, João.
And work means having ideas and proposing and transforming those ideas into projects, mainly or perhaps in plans and then into projects. And then the final challenge, transform the projects into final construction and over. That's the point. That's the difference between landscape architects and the other professions that concerns on territory. Our territory is only landscape. In landscape, that's our problem, because that's our compromise. I think you can understand my words.
Okay, thank you very much, João. I would like to thank our speakers, your attention and your resistance. We now invite you to continue this discussion at the table, at the Portuguese way, around some coffee and cookies. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second part of our conference. We had, because we're a little bit late, we had to make a little change to the program. So we are now going to ask Graça Saraiva. She is a landscape architect and agronomist who holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning and a PhD in landscape architect from the Instituto Superior de Agronomia. She's associate professor at the School of Architecture at the University of Lisbon. She's retired since 2013. She's a researcher at the Research Center for Architecture, Urbanism and Design of the University of Lisbon, and she's been participating at the European and national research projects focused on landscape, which can be highlighted and published in several books and scientific articles, both in Portugal and abroad. She is currently APAP's vice president for the General Assembly table, and she will introduce us to the Charneca Landscape Observatory project. Welcome, Graça.
Thank you a lot, Maria. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to present my big thanks to APAP, to IFLA, all the colleagues and participants for the invitation, and also this little change in the program. I'm bringing here an experience based on project landscape in the field or fit in the landscape, which is a landscape observatory settled in a rural and remote area in the center of Portugal. I would like also to thank my colleagues, also landscape architects, Isabel Lopa Ramos and Lígia Vaz, that have been working together in this adventure, and also other people, academics, artists, locals, that are part of this entity, which is a non-profit association based on observing the landscape in this rural context. This experience is related to the application of the European Landscape Convention that we all certainly agree is a top moment in the landscape approach and the landscape profession, because it's the recognizing of the role of people, observers, actors, experts, and everyone that are living, acting, and building the landscape, and effectively share the aim of designing, planning, and managing the landscape. So it's a moment that already it was known in all this issue of landscape, but the importance of the people and the people as strong elements in building the landscape. So one of the recommendations of the European Landscape Conventions, one of them was to develop landscape observatories that should act as forums to observe, share knowledge, and bring together the different actors and stakeholders in the process. Many landscape observatories have been created all around Europe with different structures, but in general they can be grouped in two main models. A model that more expert-led for aims of collecting data, monitoring landscape changes, and are mostly run by institutions with a central origin or a central region level on a top-down approach. This is, for instance, the example on one of the most known landscape observatories, it's the one from Catalonia, which is one that is working very, very well and recognized. Another model are more place-based, local, with participatory models involving communities aiming to mediate knowledge and public participation, so acting more on a bottom-up approach. So after retiring from academic life, where I've been teaching for more than 30 years in different universities, an idea has emerged to develop a landscape observatory in a rural estate that was a property inherited from family, as a place to better understand and to share a specific landscape which is remote, mostly unknown in the central area of Lisbon. Like a geographer, Jorge Gaspar, said, it was one of the last deserts because it's a very unpopulated area. This area belongs to a type of landscape called Charneca, which means something like a savanna or a very with mixed forests, pastures, with very poor soil, so it's a very marginal areas, so with few production, in the sedimentary basin of the river Tagus. It is, let's say, if it functions, that area in dark green in the central of the country, but which is known with this kind of landscape. It is important in this case to refer to the important study of a team of Universidade de Évora, coordinated by the colleague Alexandre Cancela de Abreu, to which I want to make big references, in 2004 to identify and characterize the landscape of mainland Portugal and definition of space units. So this map in the left is the product of this study by that following the European Landscape Convention and defining the different big units of landscape. So this experience was mostly based on this type of Charneca landscape. So this experience began in 2018 as an association with the aim of co-creating knowledge on this landscape, to share the values, the interest, involve local communities, creating networks, bringing together academics, local groups, artists, and other local and regional partners. The idea was to consider the landscape as a common ground where all those stakeholders, all those actors share the knowledge and the information and also the awareness. As a very informal structure, aims were directed to understand some characteristics of this landscape, which I repeat is very unknown even in the Portuguese context, such as is related for instance, looking which is the identity, the social cultural process, and it's a strong identitary meaning for local people, that area. the dynamics, so how the landscape changes, their driving forces, the patterns, the process in the landscape, and the mostly important feature is that area is covered with montado, which is the cork oak forest, which has a very strong environmental value, but also economic value as a producer of the cork. So it's a very emblematic type of landscape. Also sharing, accepting visitors, bringing students, creating some forms of tourism, nature-based tourism, dissemination. And also the sensoriality, the effects of fruition, inspiration that can also bring artists and people interest on all this ambience. So these were more or less some aims of working, and as it is a very informal structure, based on projects and on lines that interest all the partners. Very important is the community involvement, namely the local school, the elderly group. So it was very interesting to bring the old people that were telling the young what are their traditional practices in cork extraction, in animal growth, in harvesting, and also local association institution, the municipality, the parish. So visits and field trips in scientific and artistic workshops, gastronomy tours, such as wild mushrooms, it's a forest that produces a lot of wild mushrooms, have been organized. This central diagram has been a study showing the type of intensity of the relationship and networks established at the local and regional level. So it has been identified the main stakeholders and the different strength of linkage and some of the logos that people that work with us. So it has been very interesting in terms of academic field trips. And as I was discussing, mostly with foreign universities and perhaps on local, on national universities. For instance, the Department of Geography of the University of Ghent in Belgium came 5 years for a field trip, 1 week field trip, and they developed a lot of works that are being collected in some reports and doing different kinds of approaches, more biophysical, more environmental, or more social, economic, about the area. Also the activities and projects to know better the environmental conditions. For instance, with Instituto of Agronomia, and with a colleague that is teaching there, it was collect vegetation and build an herbarium that has been used for instance, works with the students and is an ongoing process to be completed. Also to investigate what kind of birds and habitats for perhaps promoting some bird watching activities that didn't happen until now. But the main species have been assessed and the degree of importance and relevance. So it's also a study that is it is in our website. We have a website in English too. And a lot of work have been done with the local schools, so bringing the students, getting back to their the field and the forest and the activities. This case is the building of insect hotel insects. So it was part of a classroom. And also bringing together also the senior groups, many tours with mushrooms, for instance. So an old barn that was from the beginning of 20th century, based on the wet campaign at the moment. It was has been rehabilitated with a more contemporary design, and is a place for bringing together. And the APAP, our association, has made, I think 2 or 3 years ago, their General Assembly, wasn't it, João? Assembleia Geral was there perhaps 2 years ago, so it was, and they are our associated, it's where we are also our partners. Yes, okay. So also it was interesting looking from the artistic point of view, looking to the landscape from the creative and emotional side. This began with very informal workshops during 1 week, and when the painters come and they were beginning to paint, all the landscape in my utilitarian point of view was transformed, so it began gain another dimension. So the idea is bring together all these dimensions that are in the landscape. And very recently, we finished a very interesting project that was funded by our General Direction of Arts. The name was Art 3C, Climate Communication Community Montado as a Landscape. The idea was the program wanted to develop the concept of climate change through arts, and the people could apply, and we applied on the aim of communicating the threats that Montado are suffering due to climate change. So there was a group of scientists, a group of artists. There were been a lot of communication together. The artists enter in residence and also went to the schools and worked with the. I'm finishing. So this is very recently. There's a catalog on this work, and just to next faz aqui, a small video, very small, just to show. I'll just stop here. Just some images of one of the meetings. There were a lot of discussion about these issues. And saying that at the moment, some of this work, the artistic work, is on exhibition at IGOT, the School of Geography, and will be until next week. So it was very interesting, and I think landscape was mainly the baseline of all this. So challenges of running this kind of institution. It's quite difficult. It depends almost on volunteer, because there are. It's completely independent as an association, not depends on institutions. And so the financial sustainability is a problem. We need to always apply to projects. The need to establish a governance model that should have this flexibility and also work a lot with the partners. In the partners can be very local, regional, national, or even international, which is the case. Very important to make cooperation networks and always integrate the local knowledge with the expert knowledge. So this was the great option that we took. So discussing these cases, very recently went out one paper from our team. in the book that was only published very recently this month on cultivating continuity of European landscapes based on the 20th anniversary of European Landscape Convention. So this can be more discussed. And also thanking you for your attention and inviting you to come visit the Charneca, a discussion we had about the term Charneca, and also bring your knowledge and your willingness to participate in this very participatory project. And thank you very much.
Teresa Ribeiro is a landscape architect at the municipality of Cascais since 1996, where she was head of division for green urban areas and head of the environmental department, and where she now is working at the Department of Green Urban Areas, developing projects and programs for green leisure areas, urban agriculture, and playgrounds. Teresa will be talking about the Cascais green structure.
I need some help. Okay, sit. So, no, not yet. Okay, it's okay now. So, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is not a case study. These are some reflections about my experience in the municipality, what I've been doing all these years. So this is a map just to show you where Cascais is in the metropolitan area of Lisbon, okay? Okay, so in order to speak about the future, I need to start in the past. And in 1998, our head of department, Miguel Bralagais, he asked me, he said, listen, our master plan is totally unreadable. You can see it on the left side. And we need something that shows up what are the ecological value areas of Cascais. So you can see the natural park, the forest areas in dark green, okay? And in yellow, we had then the projects that were being developed. This was all done before GIS system, okay? We had to do it upon the military map at scale 1 to 25. It was quite hard. Nowadays, it's totally different, okay? The master plan looks totally different. It's much more accurate. And it's still, at dark green, you see the fundamental ecological structure, the natural park, forest areas, the river corridors, some of them connecting the natural park to the seaside. And in blue, you can see the urban ecological structure. And this is where we work. And so I want to bring you and make you try to understand at scale 1 to 1, what is exactly this urban ecological structure. We have all sorts of green areas. So the department is working now in the maintenance of more than 150 hectares of green spaces, okay, for all kinds. We have historical areas, and I'll show you some pictures quickly. You can see that some of them are not interesting at all. Some of them need restoration. Some of them are large, small. We have all kinds of green areas. And some of them are expectant areas, barren land or abandoned areas. And also in that urban green structure, we have private areas. So the blue dots are really idealistic. They don't correspond to the reality. And these expectant areas, people demand and people ask us to develop projects. And so we do this planning. We have a team colleague who works with GIS, and she's studying and she's doing always this, considering areas with recreational value, okay, with more than 350 square meters. So we know where they are, and we calculate the distance, the walking distance of 400 meters that people can access the green areas. And so we can determine, considering the building density, and the number of residents in the area, we know where the green spaces are more needed. You can see it in red, okay? So when we discuss budget, we don't have money enough. Should we develop something here or there? We try as much as we can to influence our decision makers to work in these green areas. So for our projects, okay, we are always based in lots of concepts. I think they are up to date. We made this manual of good practices for resilient green areas. So we are always considering not only the SDGs, but the sustainability, the resilience. We want them as multifunctional as we can in order to have as many people using the green areas so that they are not abandoned or subject to more vandalism or, I don't know, whatever unsecure uses that can be done. We are reducing irrigation in order, considering climate change and the need to save water. And climate change is always, always upon us because things are changing, you know, and the local context of this project is very important for us because we need to understand where exactly we are working and what the population living there really expects from us, or what they really want. So we are investing in urban forests. Many of them correspond to river corridors, woodlands that exist before. You can see there that these trails, these walking trails, people are really wanting this for leisure, for sports, whatever. It's some new typology that people really like. Also, we have a huge demand for outdoor fitness and playgrounds, which are very expensive, as you all know. And we are working with urban agriculture. We have these community gardens, which work quite well. This image on the right corresponds to this project I've developed. You can see that it is exactly in the middle of a residential area, so people live nearby. There was previously a green area with a sports field on the left. This is a slope, okay, so it was on the lower part of it. And so this is creating a multifunctional green area, okay? And the vegetable garden is there, and at the side of the vegetable garden, what you see, those lines, are the community vineyard. We are also working with community vineyards, trying to revive and Carcavelos wine, which is an ancient kind of wine we have, which is almost dying in our urban areas, unfortunately. We also work with orchards, community orchards, and community gardens in schools and daycare centers. And our colleagues did these extraordinary manuals because everything is grown organically. Okay, so we have a manual. People have to have some training, some hours of training in order to have a vegetable garden. And they produced this manual and a manual for the schools, which guides not only the teachers, but also the kids. It has exercises and examples of what can be done with the kids. We have a lot of participation. We have a participatory budget where generally people come to us with an idea for a project and then they ask for money to realize that project. We had this experience with an Horizon 2020 project, ProGireg. It had the slogan of Nature for Renewal, and it's the opposite of the participatory budget. In this case, we have determined a living lab area, okay, with 4 social neighborhoods around it. More than 20% of this area was abandoned, okay, totally abandoned things. It has a river in the middle. And so we went to the population and we asked them, what would you like to see or to have here in 30 years' time? In considering only nature-based solutions, considering only ecological interventions. And so the participation was great. And we produced this urban regeneration plan, which is online, if you have the curiosity to see. It's an interactive plan, so you can click on it and understand what's the nature-based solution considered for the area, what kind of projects are there, and what is needed to develop those projects. Are there policy changes needed, whatever. This is in the image on the left, you see what it looked like, this abandoned area in 2018. And we did there a vegetable garden for the social neighborhood, because here we have more than 110 families depending on the food bank. Okay, so they said, we need food. And horticulture for them, it's life-saving. many of them. So it went quite well. So now I want to talk a little about the management of these areas, okay? What it means to maintain urban public spaces. I thought of facing adversities because this is how we feel, and Mariana is out there, my colleague who's working with maintenance. It's really, maintenance is when everything wrong happens, you know, everything, because it's a continuous work. It doesn't hit the news, and our politicians love being on the news. If possible, hitting the headlines. So for us, when we think that we are doing a good job and maintenance is okay, that's no news. That's not interesting. Okay, this is really, it requires technical resilience from our side. And it requires staff, it requires people for working in garden. And people are not trained properly. So we have to train them on job constantly. And everything happens, you know, we have these extreme weather conditions, we have vandalism, we have plagues that are coming, we have invasive plants, and we have public opinion, okay? And public opinion is polarized, as everyone knows. Some people love trees, some people hate trees. And again, politicians don't want us to have the public and the voters unsatisfied. So this is hard, okay? And a little reflection here about time, okay? We spend some time in planning, we spend some time in project, we spend some time in construction, and then we have a lifetime of maintenance. And I think that sometimes this is not valued enough, because the work we do, it endures and endures and it goes on. So the great thing about Cascais Ambiente and our team is that I am in the project team, you know, I do projects. And I help the maintenance team. And we are in constant contact. We are always learning from each other. We know what works, we know what doesn't work, we know what's a problem for the maintenance team, and we know how to solve it. So when they ask us for improvements, and the case on the left is we need new plantings. We need a new planting design for the left case. So we are always upgrading, okay, and working together. And you can see on the right a co-participation process in the new School of Business and Economics of Carcavelos, where we have a smart pole, which is a living lab for decarbonization and climate resilience, where we are collecting data for every intervention done. And this roundabout is an example of a lawn, irrigated lawn, consuming lots of water. And so we had the residents and the students coming and transforming it. So we planted native species with a drip system irrigation, and it's saving a lot of water. And this is being done all along the Living Lab area. So here, I'm coming to this concept I have that maintenance is project survival. So when people are designing a project, they need to understand that afterwards come years and years and years of maintenance. So we need a good project that can be maintained, okay? The project cannot ignore the evolution, the transformation, and the hazards that are happening and coming. So on the left, I have an example, and I chose this for this communication, the flowering meadows. We are working a lot with flowering meadows, dry meadows, in order to save water. So we are changing lawns, irrigated lawns, into flowering meadows, okay? And on the left, what you see near the cypress, there was a plantation of native species, shrubs, okay? And a small, narrow stripe of a flowering meadow. What happens is that the meadows grow much faster than shrubs, okay? So the meadows, the plants, they swamped over the shrubs disappeared. And now what do? Okay, in the maintenance now we have to go there and mow everything. We don't have the resources to be there picking the plants one by one and saving 2 shrubs. It's impossible for us, okay? The case on the right is totally different because we kept the lawn where people can step on and play, and on the left we have these meadows, okay? And people understand, the users understand. The meadows are in the framing area of the urban park, okay? They will be dry in summer. People accept it as long as they still have a beautiful garden to use and to enjoy. You see, so this is how decisions in project are reflected in the future of the garden, okay? And we really need these meadows for climate change adaptation, and maintenance is always being upgraded. Speak louder? Time, okay, sorry, okay. I'll speed it up. So someone wrote this, I read this sentence somewhere, that landscape architects translate science into beautiful landscapes. And it's true. I think that we landscape architects, we know a little about everything, okay? And we always work from a comprehensive approach. We look at stuff with a broad view, and then we can understand what's in there, what kind of layers we need to work with. And this is I think this is an extraordinary quality we have. And we can deal with budgets, we can deal with money, and reflect how much will this cost, and how do we make it cheaper, how do we make it feasible. And we also have to deal a lot, and we have to learn to deal with public awareness, because public needs to understand what we're doing in order to enjoy and appreciate our work. You know, we need people to understand it. Otherwise, people will always be complaining. What are you doing? What kind of tree is this? No, I'm allergic to that, whatever. And this is hugely important for decision makers. Okay, so this awareness is something we should work on. And I think that one of the major strengths that we landscape architects have is that we are very good in working in teams, because we can connect dots, we can connect the experts, we can understand what one is saying and connect it to another expert. And we have this ability to deal with changes, because we know everything changes. We know about nature, we know about natural systems, we know that nature keeps changing and has its own cycles. So when you look at this picture, you immediately understand it was taken in winter, okay, and that's a retaining basin. And you expect it to look completely different during summer. This is obvious for a landscape architect. It's not obvious for everyone. So I think this is something that we should focus, okay? We are very good at dealing with changes, and we need to really reflect on this. But we also have a great weakness, I think, okay? Because we are living in a fast-changing world. We are being bombed with information, with social media. We have artificial intelligence coming, and we don't know exactly how it will help us, or will it be enough or not, what will happen. And what happens is that our work, everything we do, takes a long time to develop results. Okay, we have a project, we do a garden, and the garden is beautiful when? 15 years later, you know, when it's mature. And our society right now doesn't want this slow process, okay? So I think at the same time of changes, we should understand that we are weak, because everyone is going much faster than we are, okay? So I think that our strength for the future relies here, thinking that balance is always dynamic, and we want to reach balance with nature and human interactions and our landscapes. We want to keep them, okay, whatever happens, but we want them to be resilient, so we want balance. But this balance isn't stable, and it's not happening how we would like to have it, okay? And for that, I think that we need to have effective communication with the public, especially us that work in public services. We are dealing with people every day, and we need to work really in giving people awareness and communicate. And nowadays, acronyms are really in fashion. This is why nature-based solutions are so, okay. People know the name, people understand it, and they get in their ear and they get in their conscience, okay? But acronyms are very good for that, because they shorten the words and they make it everything easy to understand. But they cannot become a dialect. We cannot have this very intellectual dialect full of acronyms and difficult words that no one understands. So we need participation. We need to get people into the solutions, and we need people to, because it raises awareness. When people are participating with us, when people are demanding something and we're satisfying their needs, they start to understand what we do and why we do it. Okay, so I think that more and more with climate change, we need to be consulting experts from everywhere, and we need to keep teamwork, because none of us will survive alone, I think. We need to work with others. This example of No Mow May, it's from Plant Life, It's online, it's done in the UK, and it's very interesting. I think, again, about flowering meadows. So this is appealing people to don't cut the flowers before having the seeds, because the meadows need to regenerate. And on the site, if you want to check it, I'm sorry if you know it, okay? But there's lots and lots and lots of information. And I think this is an excellent way of communicating. It's not the only way, obviously, but it's a way that we can use, communicate something and get it to people, and then having layers of information that people can look for and that people can understand. I don't know if I have the time. No? Okay, so I'll end it here with a message of hope. Okay, and thank you very much for your attention.
Luís Paulo Ribeiro is a founding partner of Topiaris, coordinating large-scale projects in different geographical contexts, is an expert in restoration of historical gardens, lectures landscape theory, planning and design at the Instituto Superior de Agronomia, where he heads the master's and PhD programs in landscape architecture department, and is a regular invited lecturer at several international universities. He's here to present the Pontinha Park. Welcome.
Olá, boa tarde. Hi, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations for this organization, and thank you so much for inviting me to be here, to share some thoughts and share a design project that I and my team and I did for Lisbon Municipality. But before going on, I really would like to express my gratitude for our colleagues that in the ground, near institutions, near the governments, near Europe, around the world, are defending our profession and the values that we believe on. So I'm so grateful for APAP and IFLA. Thank you very much. And when I was invited to present this project, I thought that, well, what am I going to do? This project is not finished, so don't expect to see a beautiful pictures of a project of a public park. You're just going to see some reflections, because I thought that what am I going to show to landscape architects? I know that you are not all landscape architects, but when we share a project, in this case a garden design project, with the audience, which is mainly composed by landscape architects, we don't want just to show the very beautiful endings. We want to share the experience, receiving things, comments, and that's how we can grow and can evolve. So thank you very much for this opportunity of sharing this with you. So the project that I'm going to talk a bit about, it's Pontinha Park, Parque Verde Lisboa, Parque Verde da Pontinha. It's a park that competition was launched by the Municipality of Lisbon with the purpose of establish a 23 hectares size park to start being a public park and eventually becoming a place to receiving recreation infrastructures or big events or amusement parks. We don't know. We're just told that in the competition that it should work as a public park. It should address the current issues on climate, on resources, on maintenance. It should be provide for noise blocking for the neighborhoods that are around, because the park is supposed to be there. And that's the point I would like to bring here for reflection. Sometimes we park designers, and I don't mind to call myself, I'm a landscape architect, and I do believe in landscape architecture, but I love design parks, I love design gardens. And sometimes we are with this, what society expects, and the way, and landscape architecture has a strong role on that. Parks and became infrastructures, became ecological infrastructures. From there, we went to landscape planning and so on. And sometimes when we design something for amusement, for beauty, for public pleasure, I would say that we are in the risk of being sunk in nature-based solutions, climate changes, biodiversity, fragmentation, and I think floods, and I think all of that is really important. But let me just reflect a bit on this and not forget where all of these start. So I think I'm not going to give a lecture on landscape history, but just reflecting on this. Gardens appear for human pleasure. That thing that happened somewhere thousands of years ago of discovering agriculture and human communities starting to work more and more and more and more to produce, and the consequence, the rising of population, that also brings the need for relaxation and so gardens appear. That's my reflection. Gardens appear for that, to provide pleasure, relaxation, beauty, good things for people that have to work a lot. And they were really restrained for the first gardens for privates. And they do contrast. They are really different from the surrounding landscape. They don't copy nature, the first gardens. They has these Persian gardens, which they are so much orthogonal, so much Euclidean. And the nature outside is not like that. But we evolved. Garden design evolved, but geometry was always there, but closed. It's always by creating sceneries, creating paradises which were closed to the surrounding landscapes. And then, and that's what happened all over the world. In Italy, in Persia, in China, they are closed landscapes, the first gardens. They are not open to the surrounding landscape. Something happened very interesting with the Renaissance and Baroque. Gardens start open to the surrounding landscape. Maybe the surrounding landscape became more humanized, so that's why they were more attracted by the surrounding landscape. So this is an example of in central Portugal, Quinta da Insua, which is a mannerism garden open to the outdoors. And then here garden design split into branches. And that's with that, and I will leave the branch of privacy, of private gardens, and I'll take this incredible revolution, which is and landscape architecture is associated with that, and that's the rise of landscape architecture, providing all of these private wonders to the public and trying to influence the beauty of cities growing and the management of natural resources. And now the social function of a garden in a park, this is the Prospect Park in Berkeley, the modernist parks in Lisbon, the Val do Silêncio, Gulbenkian Foundation, they are wonders for the public. They are not wonders for the privates. And I think we should not forget that. I try, at least. In my work, I try not to forget this. Trying to balance that and incorporate that with other issues, but not forget that. So, the modernism, postmodernism, accentuated a bit the need to look back again to culture, to differentiate it, to reconstruct ideas. But contemporarity, it's really open to surroundings, to landscape character, to eco-environmental dimension. And there is a shift to aesthetic paradigm. Now our parks, they are surroundings again. They should provide again areas for relaxation. And if we read the past on the origin of the gardens were contrasting with the surrounding landscape. And now parks, to provide that thing again, they have to contrast with surrounding landscape again. But surrounding landscapes are not nature anymore. They are urbanized landscapes. So parks are becoming more and more influenced, not only for recreation, joy, education, but also directly to include ecosystems functioning, biodiversity, indigenous vegetation, autochthonous vegetation, and water systems functioning, adaptation to climate change, global warming, and so on. So I would say that right now, parks are including things that formerly were outside the gardens and now are coming into the parks because the outside is not so nature as that in metropolitan areas. So this is just this is not really theory. This is a reflection that I think would like to share with you because that's my thoughts, and that's how this could be useful for all of us to change thoughts between each other. So the Pontinha Park, this is Lisbon city, not Lisbon metropolitan area, Lisbon city, with a big park of, I don't know if I can point, no, I cannot point. I think I can point with this. No, sorry. Well, you can see the Monsanto Park, this huge dark green area, and this park, which we won the competition, this is Lisbon limits, and it's really located there. One of the uppermost points one of the highest points of the main watershed, little watershed in Lisbon, the watershed of Alcântara, which runs in many places, in many areas of Lisbon. We have to adapt and conceive this park thinking about Lisbon ecological infrastructure, and it's located there, of course. We also have to think about this park in terms of its linkage to the cycling ways that are proposed for Lisbon, and we did. We have to locate that in what is right now called the peripheral ring park of Lisbon, that is being built step by step based on many different parks and trying to link the Monsanto Park towards north, direction to the north, the airport area, where the park is. So it also contributes to this. So all of these thoughts are really important. The next slide shows the isometry chart of Lisbon, and you can see where the park is located. It's right there, one of the upstream most higher points of Ribeira de Alcântara, which covers one of the most, okay, I'm gonna be faster, most of the part of Lisbon. So let's take a look on the place. I don't have beautiful pictures of the park. Just looking at the place from Google Images and aerial views, this is the parking part and the workshops, what do I call these, of Subway Lisbon, and it's surrounded by urban area. So this is the area for the park, 23 hectares, and we look to the terrain. This is the highest point. Then we saw the terrain has a slope to there, and a slope to there, and another to there, and another to there. And we were asked to do retaining basins, the retaining basins, and it's good to contribute to drainage solutions in Lisbon. So with this analysis of the park, and we tried to conceive something. This is the area of the park, not very interesting. Everything is interesting when we start to design a park, but you don't see a bunch of trees to be saved, or you hear a lot of trash, a lot of invasive plants, not a very dramatic topography, very so-so. So we end up coming up with a formal solution, thinking about how to include all of these thoughts, but giving to the population something that could provide for pleasure and for beauty. And so this is the general plan of the park. Let me go faster. This is the drainage we studied. This is a cross-section of the park, which is composed by these basins, large basins, which drain, infiltrates, and which collects, infiltrates, and drains water until the sewage system, but delaying this process. Also, because it was supposed to receive events, we were very lucky for that, because we had to provide these mounts, which is our landfill areas, because it was the only way to protect for the noise. So, because the terrain doesn't have any interesting topography, this was an incredible opportunity. And also we have to think about and work with engineers for the irrigation and use the irrigation to provide different strategies. So let's just some visualizations and some reference imagery. We were thinking about things like these, nature, vegetation. This is the entrance of the park, replying some of the forms of the basins and the topography, but now in a welcoming water feature, and also the furniture, but always a park which could be not very formal, where we can transform a bit the soils in order to have different kind of meadows and prairies. We know these ones are sandy and limestone and humid, these ones are more acid. This is the Monsanto Park in Lisbon in winter, playing with time, with chronology. This is Monsanto Park in Lisbon in winter, and this is the very same place in summer. So we think about all of these contrasts that could provide beauty and reception of recreation. So I'm going to jump. Because of all of this was very open, very large, we have to provide some art features, some attracting features. So we introduce some recycling of materials, like here for construction with the sculpture. We work with artists. And here we use the pools of power transmission that were deactivated, and use them with symbols of Lisbon culture and popular scents, feasts and discoveries and all of that. And so the park will look something like that, probably, and with these features that will be attractive when the vegetation was not very developed yet. So where we are now? We are now in site works. They stopped during the during the pandemic. So this is the existing, just some images of that. The existing situation, starting situation, the working of the landform, and then we proposed, we didn't know, we suspected, but we didn't know that the works were going to last so long. So we really proposed the not definitive seeding to protect these soils from wind erosion and from water erosion, while the park was not finishing. And what happened is that this became good, and we were just in the phase of earthworks. And with this phase of earthworks, we could already see that the topography was working very well in terms of basins, water retention. So just some views from Google Earth, which cover Lisbon for the last 20 years each year. So this is the part of the park, the limits of the park. This is the topographic works. Here you can start seeing some depressions for the basins being built, the basins being built, and then the paths, the ways. Here plantations done, but this is a photo taken in summer. But you can see the dots representing not. They are real trees, planted trees. And this is a photo in winter with the retaining basins a bit more green. This is not a golf course. This is a park that is adapted to water resources management. So now some views on the ground. So again, the topographic changes, the retaining basins starting to work, the non-definitive seeding growing. That was really good, because it stops for more than 1 year, the works. So this non-definitive seeding did the work. Some people appropriated some of these basins, and we were able to improve the richness, the fertility of the soil, which was very poor. And coming to that decision, this is a visit with students. of my university. And now when the works start again, they mow the meadow, they input the organic matter on the poor soils, they start building the hard landscape, and that's more or less where we are now. We received the good news that the works are going to continue, though what is already done already works to retain water, and so to contribute to a better drainage in our city, but it doesn't provide yet what the ancient gardens provide for people. A paradise, a place for relaxation, a place for beauty, and so we do believe it's going to do it. And I'm happy that I didn't brought here a finished project, and I brought here this ongoing process. This is how the vegetation is growing step by step. So just the conclusions is that we have to handle these nature-based solutions, or better, as we heard before nature-based systems, not only in a scientific and in engineering way, but also they are really the raw material to produce art. So we should not forget this, and this is difficult, and that's why landscape architecture is fascinating. Thank you so much for your attention.
John Boone is a landscape architect and IFLA Europe treasurer. He's director of landscape architecture and urban planning at Arcadis Netherlands BV. The crown of his work came in 2007 when he was appointed chief designer of the World Horticultural Exhibition Floriade in 2012 in Venlo, Netherlands.
No, there's not
He's
one.
commissioner at the foundation which operates 3 monumental cemeteries in Hilversum and consultant. I just lost it, I'm sorry. Okay. And consultant for the professional world at Van Hal Larenstein University of Applied Sciences. He will present a project near Rotterdam, which I'm going to let him name. Sorry. Okay, yeah.
It's called Zuidpolder, which means South Polder. So thank you very much for having me here. So far, I think it was very interesting what I've heard today. So I hope I can add something to that. Also, thanks to Margarita, we felt at home at once in Lisboa, but thanks to you also. And before I'm going to show my case study, I will first reflect a little bit on your theme, because I think that's the perfect introduction for the case study. So Confucius already said, if you want to study, if you want to define the future, you have to study the past. And it's very funny that the speaker before me came with a kind of same idea, but we have a very old profession. It's a different picture, but quite similar. Because sometimes we all know that what is said is the most old profession, but I think they are wrong, those people, because I think landscape architecture is the most old profession, because it's told that someone, sometimes they call him Yahweh, sometimes they call him Allah, sometimes they call him God, was creating a landscape, and in this landscape he made a garden, the most beautiful garden ever known, and since then we try to get back to that. We try to get back to this most fantastic place. And in these times, you have to be very careful, because if I say that God was the first landscape architect, I don't mean the other way around. Landscape architects are not gods. We have to be a little bit humble, I think. But I'm also not saying that it was a man, because we also know that if you look at the oldest pictures of God figures, it are women. And I think that today also, I was very happy with the round table. There were more women than men, actually. And I think we are really a woke profession, because for a long time, women are very important in landscape architects. And I think it's also about time that men are going to say that, because I know President, you are always mentioning it, how important women are in our profession, but I think I have to support you. And also in the times that the European landscape architecture became important in the Middle Ages, women played a very important role, because already from long time it were mothers who were telling their daughters which plants you could eat, or which plants were smelling nice, or which plants had the medical treatment. And in the Middle Ages, those ladies from noble families, they were more or less captured in their palaces because it was too dangerous outside. So they really needed to create a nice place around them to have a good life. And there were some men, you can see on this picture there are some men, they are religious men, they thought they would not touch the women. We know that's also not really true. There are many children from religious and noble women, but anyway, that's another story. But they started also to write down all the experience so it was the first time that men learned the secret of nature from the ladies, and they were going to write them down. And I think if you look at this whole past, there are actually three main reasons for us to design outdoor spaces. It's utility, we want to use it, we want to grow vegetables, we want to have plants that can treat us, or we want to have plants that smell nice. It's pleasure, because we want to enjoy it, and it is also status, because with our gardens we can show who we are. You know, Versailles was not only for utility and pleasure, but was mainly a status thing. And actually that didn't really change, I think, but maybe in the future it will be, the details will be different. That's probably a good way to tell it. So if you look at utility, we have different utilities nowadays. We want to have healthy environments, healthy cities. Biodiversity can be a utility. Climate resilience can be a utility. And if you look at pleasure, we know now that experience is an economy. The experience economy, there are books written about this, how important experiences are for our economy. And also, identity is a very important thing. I think some other speakers have been talking about this today already. And if you look at status, I see a little movement. So we're not wanting to show how rich we are or how important we are, but we are switching to well-being. Cities nowadays want to show that they are taking care of the environment. If you know maybe the Gleisdreieck Park in Berlin, it's a very ecological garden. So Berlin wants to show that they are not a powerful city, but they are a sustainable city. And I think that's a very important movement. And all these things, I think, come together in this project that I want to show you in the neighborhood of Rotterdam, where also a woman was playing a very important role, because she was the project leader, and she had a dream of a very integrated project, because there was some money for water storage, there was some money for recreation, and there was some money for ecological or biodiversity increase. And she said, okay, John, if you can put that together in one plan, then you're my friend. This is the location. It's south of the urban, so the urban areas are in the north. In the south, you see the big river Maas. And this area was in between. It was still agricultural use when I started there. And the first thing we did was to have 4 ideas how to start with this project. So we decided to keep the polder structure as the main structure, because many people in the Netherlands, they love polders. There are some Dutch people, you can recognize this maybe. Polders are in our genetics, I think. And we wanted to use some elements. For example, there was a long X that you can see the diagonal thing on the map. It was a long X from an existing farm to a church. We also wanted to incorporate existing historical creek that was there already before the polder was made. And we wanted to make a more bocage landscape, because it was very open, and if you want to attract people, it should be a little bit more close, but more in that direction than in that direction. So you can still see from the urban areas towards the river. Well, this is the plan we made, so you can see that there is a lot of blue. That is actually the water storage, so we didn't make one big lake, but we separated it over the area. within the polder structure, we made the creek that we wanted to use a little bit wider, and we used it to make some elements for nature development. And what was most important was that we were splitting the water system. So the dark blue system is the existing water system to get water from the river to Rotterdam. And the whole water system in the south is a flexible water system where we can put water up during rainy times, and we can use this water in dry periods. We can put the water level up to 1 meter, but in practice they do it less. What we also did was to increase the biodiversity. We came up with different kind of biotopes. I don't want to go into detail, but we had one ambassador that was the blue throat. It's a bird that likes mixed landscapes with reed, forest, meadows. And if this bird comes, you know that many other species are also taking advantage of this landscape. And 2 years after the park was made, the first blue throats were there. So we were really happy that they really showed up. We also introduced a network of recreational routes for horses, for canoeing. You can canoe all the way from this park to the center of Rotterdam, which is a really interesting. You go from very high, dense urban area to this more open polder. Yeah, it succeeded because if you now look, I don't know if you know Strava, it's the app where you can see how people recreate. You can see that all these parts are used in a very good way. And we made a part with pavement, but also a lot of parts without pavement. And in the beginning, the municipality was a little bit afraid that these parts without pavement were not used, but it's the other way around. They are more used now than the paved parts. And I'm going to show you some pictures of the area. This is an aerial view. You can see the old creek here with the small islands. Because we allow recreation, we also have to isolate sometimes areas because otherwise the birds and other animals don't like it. Here you can see part of the area where the water can put up. So this area with the small ditches can be very wet in some periods. We also made, yeah, you can see there are some canoes there. There is a very intense infrastructure for canoes and other small boats. The whole area is maintained by a nature organization who has this semi-wild cows that, yeah, that are very important to keep the vegetation to the right proportions. Here again, you can see one of the areas. And the funny thing is that this is a water catch area, but it's also used by kids to jump the ditches or to catch the fishes. So it is always multifunctional. It's not only one function. Here you can see the people are there. I'm very often asked if this is not dangerous without any fences. There is a low area in the water, so if you fall in, it's only this deep. So you're not immediately into the deep water. And you see that the animals and the people, they go together. It's okay. This is one of the waterways that is going to the center of Rotterdam. And of course, in the Netherlands, sometimes when it is freezing, we have the possibility to skate. It's not very often anymore, unfortunately, because of the climate change. But if there is ice, you can see a lot of people come to the area and yeah, they enjoy skating. And I will end with a little film. I hope it is working. Let's see. No, then I was afraid this would happen, so I have a backup. It will work. It's in Dutch, but it's subtitled.
Mijn naam is John Boon, ik ben landschapsarchitect en bij Arcades hoofd van de...
Did the sound do it? oké.
Afdeling Landschapsarchitectuur en Stedenbouw. De Zuidpolder ligt aan de rand van Barendrecht, maar het maakt onderdeel uit van een groot groen gebied wat in de hele zuidelijke Randstad ligt, dus ook richting Rotterdam. In dit gebied speelde duurzaamheid ook een belangrijke rol. Dat komt bijvoorbeeld terug in dat langs heel veel van de waterbergingen een natuurvriendelijke oever is gemaakt. Maar ook dat we bijvoorbeeld hebben gekeken naar hoe we mensen hier gezond kunnen laten bewegen in een groene omgeving, wat ook heel belangrijk is voor de duurzaamheid. En dat past natuurlijk helemaal ook in onze doelstellingen Improving Quality of Life die we bij Arcades hebben.
Ik ben Hans Woudenaars, ik ben teamleider stedenbouw bij Arcades. Dit was een van de projecten waar ik mee startte 10 jaar geleden. Dus het is wel bijzonder om weer op deze plek te staan. Een van de eerste initiatieven was dus een KNM-project, tegenwoordig Catalyst. Dus we zien hier ook nu mensen werken met een verstandelijke of lichamelijke beperking. Maar ook een voedselbos, een imker zit op dit terrein, dat zijn speelaangelegenheden. En binnen dit gigantische landschapsplan, ook zo'n intieme tuin zoals we hier zien. Ja, je kunt je voorstellen als dit straks in bloei staat en hier alle insecten doorheen zoomen. Ja, dan is dit ook een heel belangrijk onderdeel voor de bevordering van die biodiversiteit.
Een heel mooi voorbeeld van de integraliteit van dit plan is de kade die door het gebied loopt. Die kade die hadden we nodig om de 2 watersystemen van elkaar te kunnen scheiden. Maar we hebben tegelijkertijd die kade ook gebruikt als de belangrijkste recreatieve as. Dus daar kun je op skileren, je kan erop fietsen, je kan erop wandelen. En het is een hele oude kreek die al voordat dit een polder was in het gebied voorkwam. Dus het is ook gelieerd aan de cultuurhistorie van het gebied.
Ja, en hoe mooi is het om vanaf deze plek met een kano in te stappen, met een picknickmand en vervolgens te eindigen in de Waalhaven Rotterdam. Want al die wateren zijn met elkaar verbonden. Ja, we hebben een heel traag vak en daarmee duurt dat soms wel tientallen jaren, die transformatie. Dit is Polderzicht. Dit is een initiatief van de lokale agrariër die hier zat met het kassencomplex. Dit is ook onderdeel eigenlijk van het hele complex. We hebben hier de plannen voor gemaakt, dus ook architectonisch de basis gelegd. We hebben gezegd van ja, hoe mooi is het als we het terras rondom het paviljoen en het hele gebouw iets verhogen. Wanneer men binnen zit in het paviljoen en zeker ook in de terrastuin, heeft men een fantastisch uitzicht over die hele polder hier en het landschap.
Ik heb het heel erg ontworpen vanuit mijn eigen jeugd. Ik was zelf een jongen die altijd in de polder was. Mijn vader had een bootje en als er ijs lag dan ging ik schaatsen in de polder. En die herinneringen van mijn jeugd, die heb ik heel erg gebruikt bij het plan hier. En als ik dan nu kinderen zie die inderdaad aan het slootje springen zijn of met een kano aan het varen zijn of met schepnetje visjes aan het vangen, dan denk ik ja, dat is gelukt.
Thank you very much.
Margarida Cancela de Abreu is probably the one person I don't need to introduce today, as she is most likely known to all of us present here at Strela Garden House. But I will do it anyways. She's a landscape architect, mainly dedicating her professional activity to planning at the governmental level. She was always active in the associativism towards the betterment of the profession of landscape architecture, forging the connection between APAP and IFLA Europe at many levels. As a delegate from Portugal, promoting the link with schools through the ECLIS program, and most recently as the past IFLA Europe Vice President for Education. It's a great honor to welcome one of APAP's founding members, a past president, and one of our honorary members, Margarida Cancela de Abreu.
Thank you, Maria. It's a pleasure to close the session and to have here the Executive Council of IFLA Europe, all the members for these days with us, and also the sponsors and all the Portuguese that came today to this session. As you all told, I must go back a little bit in the past, and it's difficult to be the last one because you have said a lot of things and talked, but it's very good to jump some slides, so don't worry. I would like to give some figures and some ideas and concepts that we had in Portugal to share with you. It was a long and difficult path, our course, and in Portugal we have always had a very good ecological preparation because Professor Cabral came from the University of Berlin, and all the 5 programs are inside faculties of agronomic and engineer and forestry engineers. But with an important differentiation, our complementary artistic and conceptual training. The Portuguese first generation had a good collaboration with architects and engineers, but often in this time, the landscape architecture work was done by architects and engineers. So there was collaboration and there was the work done by others. The next generations, there was a balance between landscape architecture, leadership, and cooperation in design teams, but also a strong competition with other professions, biologists, geographers, planners. Okay, the planning system improvement, municipal, regional, and protected areas plans introduced a very good interdisciplinarity, and we have very good examples of this interdisciplinarity. At the government and public service structure, sometimes we had good moments, environment and planning at high levels, ministers and so on, and we had terrible decisions, merging services, some steps back, so it was really difficult. But the number of landscape architects in public services always increased, and the private office multiplied around the country. Municipalities, I believe, that I shared this some weeks ago, the municipalities are more aware about landscape architecture, sustainability, ecological-based solutions, but they still have huge compromises with private interests. Our legislation system has been for a long time quite complete, pioneer, and adequate, but the compliance with legislation and regulations and also monitoring are very poor sometimes, and government and local authorities often resorting to exceptions. Our laws are full of exceptions, escapatories, so you can observe in our country many interventions in inappropriate places. This lack of compliance on the part of, we had also a lack of compliance on the part of private individuals, designers and planners, often trying inappropriate locations and going beyond urban planning rules and parameters. When I thought about the characterization, the landscape architecture, I remember that in 2010, we insisted to have a chamber. It's a long, long fight we have in Portugal, and we asked the Research Center for Agronomic Institute and also a lawyer to prepare a dossier to give to the Parliament. Now the Parliament is like this. Many, many years we are fighting for a chamber, but this characterization, it's quite complete, so I just use it. The work was coordinated by Professor Manuela Raposo Magalhães, and I updated some issues. We can say that in the 40s, Caldeira Cabral defined the profession in Portugal. Landscape architecture is the art of organizing outdoor space in relation to man. As in many other countries, it was in force in Portugal, the neoclassical style, and the School of Landscape Architecture set out to work with nature and not against it, as we heard this morning, this phrase. And we try to have an in-depth knowledge of the natural science, not sectorial or specialized, but in a relational way from the perspective of the new science of ecology. It sounds to you, everybody talks about this today, but we are in the 40s. So my point is that we are in the 40s. Intervention based on scientific ecology, knowledge of environmental factors and their interrelationships. And for Caldeira Cabral and the first generation of professionals we trained, This knowledge of ecology was always coupled with a deep understanding of the culture and that had worked the land in Portugal and all over and built up the heritage. So the main innovations in the 40s, I insist, the first landscape architects in Portugal start around 1949, and they are pioneering the integration of ecological and cultural principles, working in multidisciplinary teams. We didn't talk about interdisciplinary, it was almost multidisciplinary teams. The combination of new concepts with traditional elements, a naturalistic aesthetic concerned with the location of functions. This was always very important in Portugal, depending on ecological suitability. The vegetation that they are using, it was natural or traditional vegetation, replacing the taste for the exotic that it was all over the 19th century very loved. So annual plants was minimized and replaced by perennial to reduce the maintenance and allowing for larger recreation urban green spaces. The concept you heard this morning of natural continuum, using the ecological principles of continuity, diversity and intensification, which was many years after translated into the Portuguese legislation in 1987 as fundamental law of the environment. But it was used in the 40s. Rarely we use the monofunctional zoning as proposed by the Athens Charter. Sorry, Katarina, the Athens Charter, we didn't use very much. And that the Roads Department start the concept of landscape integration and the use of native vegetation to stabilize slopes. So we believe that we heritage the best of the modernist period, useful, science-based architecture, founded on knowledge of natural processes, but which did not reject culture as a factor in the design of space. The aesthetics of this space created were naturalistic. In 1958, it was created the first landscape architecture service. It was in the General Directorate of Urbanization Services, and began the first phase of the integration of landscape architecture graduates into the central administration, following their participation in the project. We are well known in project and design, but in central administration, it's just starting. 65, the collaboration of landscape architects in the Lisbon region master plan. 66, first landscape architect alone, he was alone at the roads service. And the 68 in the work of the Mozambique Settlement Board. In 1974, you know that we had our revolution, and immediately after, Professor Ribeiro Teles entered the government, first as Secretary of State for the Environment, and later as Minister of Quality of Life. So we had the chance to have Caldeira Cabral coming from Berlin University, and then we have the chance to have a landscape architect that was a political man, and he had the chance to define new policies, particularly in the field of nature. He started with nature conservation, land use management, and the environment. So he achieved to approve important legislation, the network of protected areas, 76, National Agriculture Reserve protecting the best soils in Portugal, 82, National Ecological Reserve 83, and the principles for the regional special plans in the 80s. The generation graduated in the early 70s, and the professionals who followed them played an important role. A large number of private studios designing numerous projects, and particularly in land use planning and the management of protected areas. In the 90s, landscape architects managed to get Portuguese law include, it was very important, an ecological structure at all levels of planning, including urban space. This ecological structure has been applied at a national level and also at municipal level. The example Catarina Freitas didn't present today, but the Lisbon municipal plans all have this ecological structure. It constitutes an essential piece of Lisbon plans since 1995, and the municipality implemented through numerous detailed plans and projects designed by landscape architects. Luís Paulo present one of that's why we chose Luís Paulo to present today, because the municipality hired several colleagues, there are several here in the room, to pursue the ecological structure. So the main places in Portugal, the top hills and the basins, are object of, in Lisbon, are object of detailed plans and projects. A huge number of plans are now giving place to the Lisbon municipal plan and green chart. So all these activities passed on to the political level, the ecological-based vision that will lead Lisbon to the designation of Lisbon Green Capital in 2020. The role of spaces, commonly known as natural spaces, in the sustainability of the urban environment defended by Portuguese landscape architecture, recognized internationally, and are in line with the continued appearance of various European communications and directives. Introduction of innovative concepts and methodologies by landscape architects in Portugal, it's a path towards the sustainable development required by the European laws. The last 30 years also mobility, soft mobility at municipal level plans were developed. So we have the map of potential ecological landscape, the national ecological structure, prepared by the Research Center of Agronomic Institute. And in 2020, it was launched the new European Bauhaus by the European Commissioner, Ursula von der Leyen, and she invited the European Council of Architects. And the European Council of Architects invited IFLE Europe to join. And they asked IFLE Europe for some projects to show our works, in what field we are working. So IFLE Europe sent to the new European Bauhaus a project from France, a Dutch, a Polder, so some kind of Polder in Netherlands, and some Portuguese projects. So we send the potential ecological landscape, it's the map on the right, and also the Scape Fire, a sustainable landscape planning model for rural fires prevention. So it was recognized and sent at the European level. I think someone showed this map, the ecological structure for Lisbon, trying to link the valleys, the huge Monsanto Park, and the corridors, and also along the river Tagus. So the indications that express the innovative nature, urgency and timeliness of ecological-based plan advocated by the Portuguese School of Landscape Architecture, I insist, correspond to the concerns currently being addressed by the European Union, the danger of monospecific pine and eucalyptus forests, now being vindicated by the scale of the forest fires that ravage the country every year, but also the renaturalization of rivers and streams in line with the community directives and the Portuguese law water policy, and also the defense of the sustainable use of soils of high ecological value and of agriculture, named urban agriculture. An example of a plan for a project for a small village near Lisbon, maintaining the floodplain, the floodplain for sports grounds, agriculture, avoiding urban floods. Ribeiro tells designing and trying to convince mayors, ministers, so he got mad and he tried to design very strongly, very expressive, showing the RAN, its National Agricultural Reserve, RAN, its National Ecological Reserve, the place for the buildings, so to show and to convince about these issues. You are going to see tomorrow the Gulbenkian Park. And in education, just to compare some figures. So we have the first programs in the United States, Japan, 29 Germany, 40s United Kingdom and Portugal. So in Portugal, 41 Lisbon, 75 Évora, 98 Algarve and Trás-os-Montes, 2001 Porto, and a private school. All these programs are recognized by the Portuguese Association of Landscape Architects and were based on the standards established by European Foundation at the time, EFLA directives. All our programs are hierarchically organized: bachelor 3 years, master 2 years, doctorate 4 years. So the Portuguese Association of Landscape Architects needed to prepare a directive for the assessment of these programs. It is in use since 2010. I'm going on because just the middle sentence to highlight the aesthetic approach. So Professor Cabral pointed out that the artistic solution, distinct from the merely technical solution, due to the breadth of its conceptions, by taking into account the need for synthesis and express the beauty that mere technique never achieves. Landscape architecture in the world, you know that in the 1858 Olmsted and Vaux used the name of landscape architects. They call themselves landscape architects. And some years after, they prepared the foundation of the American Society of Landscape Architects, followed by the German, the Dutch, the Landscape Institute, the Norwegian Association, and the Portuguese one in 1976. The need to create synergies and to relations between these professional associations, create the International Federation of Landscape Architects in 1948. And Professor Cabral joined IFLA in 1951 as Portugal representative, and it was followed by a regular participation of landscape architects in this federation. So Professor Cabral was vice president in the 57 and president 62 to 66. European Foundation for Landscape Architecture was set up in Brussels in 1989, and Portuguese participation was continuous, always belonging to the education and professional practice committees, and our colleague Teresa Anderson was the president from 2004-2008. In the same vein, other organizations, ELASA in 1990 was born in Portugal, Évora and Lisbon universities, and the year before, and then in Budapest in 1990. ECLAS, the schools organization, 91, Le Notre Institute, and also Uniscape. So Évora, the first meeting, Professor Cabral in the bottom, addressing the students, and the General Assembly that created ELASA. After the landscape, European Landscape Convention in 2000, following this, we prepared at the University of Évora a document, the contribution to the identification and characterization of landscape in Portugal, Alexandre Cancela de Abreu and Rosário Oliveira, in 2004. And it was followed by the National Plan for Territorial Planning in 2007, which states at the first objective, protecting and enhancing landscapes and cultural heritage. And it was followed by a national policy on architecture and landscape in 2015. So this is the study from the University of Évora. And over the last four decades, there is a mistake, it has contributed to the institutional visibility of the profession, APAP, the Portuguese Association, the recognition of higher education programs, the political debate on interventions in the landscape, in the planning process, in the legislation, and representing Portugal at international associations like IFLA and IFLA Europe. So, it was a long journey, with pioneering spirit, innovation, dedication. We had many struggles, but many achievements. We are facing new challenges, natural, social, and political challenges, but we have a large number of professionals well prepared. International relations and international recognition. We need to reach more our politicians and integrated more national policies. That's why we need these conferences, and we are so grateful that you came to help us to spread this message. Thank you.
In the name of APAP and IFLA Europe, we would like to thank you all for participating in our joint conference, Landscape Architecture, a Professor for the Future. We would also like to extend a special thanks to the Lisbon municipality for hosting us in the beautiful Estrela Garden House and its fantastic setting, and also to the Medio team for their professionalism and especially for their truly elastic adaptability, which is a must for working with APAP. And also, I would like to extend an invitation for all of you to attend another APAP conference, this time a joint venture with the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, António Viana Barreto, Maestro da Paisagem, which will be held tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Auditório 3 of the main building of the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation. We hope to see you all there. Thank you.